Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this hearing session, which forms part of the examination of the Baber and Mid Suffolk Joint Local Plan. If you can't hear me, please will you let the programme officer know as soon as possible. My name is Alison Partington, and I am one of the two inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination and report to the Council in due course. Before we make a start to today's discussion, there are a number of housekeeping points that I need to run through. Firstly, to avoid disruption to the proceedings, can I ask everyone to ensure that their mobile phones and laptops are turned to silent while the hearings are in session? As you are aware, the sessions are now all taking place virtually using Microsoft Teams. Everyone should by now have received guidance on attending the event from the programme officer, and the guidance is also available on the examination website. I won't repeat all of that now, but there are a number of key points that I must make people aware of. You should be aware that the proceedings are being live streamed to YouTube in order for the general public to observe them. Anyone who makes their own recording of the hearing session or any part of them should ensure that they comply with the law in terms of any distribution they are making of the recording. Today's session is covering Matter 8, which deals with the healthy communities and infrastructure policies. The format of the session is a structured discussion which I shall lead. Whilst the discussion will be based upon the matters and questions that I have identified for the topic, there are some issues on which I need no further information beyond which I've already received in writing, and on which there will therefore be little or no discussion. On others, I will have a number of supplementary questions based on the contents of the statements I have received. All previously submitted written material is to be taken as read and need not be repeated at length. I am not expecting that any additional or new material will be tabled at the hearings, as the aim is for everything to have been made available to everyone up front so that we can have a useful discussion. If you wish to refer me to documents within the examination library, please give me its reference number as well as its name. When you're not speaking, can you please make sure that your microphone is on mute? Given the number of participants, whilst the discussion is ongoing, you may wish to switch your camera off when not speaking, although it would be helpful to me if the main council witnesses would keep their cameras on. If you would like to contribute to the discussion, then please use the raised hand function. When I invite you to speak, remember to unmute your microphone and put your camera on, remembering to mute it afterwards and take down your raised hand. I will invite participants to speak in an order which I consider is best to assist me, so please be patient if I don't come to you immediately. When invited to speak, please say what you need to say and make sure your contributions are brief, focused and relevant to the question that I have asked. There is no need to repeat what others have already said. Can I remind you that there is to be no use of the screen sharing function? And I would ask everyone to be patient with everyone, as some people may be less used to using the technology and so may find getting to grips with it more difficult than others. Each session will be about 90 minutes in length. So this morning, the sessions will run from 9:30 till around 11, then from 11:30 till around 1, and the afternoon session will be from 2 until around 3:30. Now I'm going to ask each of the participants to introduce themselves. Firstly, for the council.
Morning, Madam. My name is Michael Bedford, Queen's Counsel. I'm a barrister instructed by the two councils to provide legal support for them during the local plan examination process. And today you'll be hearing from me, from Mr. Robert Hobbs, who you heard from last week, potentially from Ms. Anique Bennett, who is the infrastructure officer for the council, and possibly from Mr. Michael Johns of WSP, the council's transport advisors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bedford. Now going through the list of representatives in alphabetical order, from Amber REI.
Morning, Mark. My name's David Onions from Pegasus Group. We're representing Amber in regards to two of the policies you're considering this morning, SP08 and LP32.
Thank you very much. Chiltern Parish Council.
Good morning, Ma'am. Valerie Hart, as Chair of Chiltern Parish Council, representing the Parish Council and in my own personal capacity as well. If our views are different, Ma'am, I'll indicate that at the time of making any representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cress Nicholson.
Good morning, ma'am. Derek Stebbing from Stratton Parker, representing Cress Nicholson, and we have some concerns regarding policies SP08 and LP35. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stebbings. East Bergholt Parish Council.
Joan, you need to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
It's all right.
My name is Joan Miller. I'm representing East Bergholt Parish Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Endurance Estates.
Morning, ma'am. My name is Rob Barber. I'm Director of Pegasus Group. I'm representing Endurance Estates, specifically in relation to SP08 and LP33. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ipswich and East Suffolk Clinical Commissioning Group.
Inspector, Rob, would you like to?
Perhaps I can come in. I understand that they'll be attending this afternoon in support of the council.
Right, so thank you. Laura Knight.
Mrs. Knight has yet to join the call, I'm afraid, Inspector. Are you content for me to let her join if she does wish to?
Yes, that will be fine. Thank you, Mrs. Feeney.
Thank you.
Landover.
Morning, Ma'am. Michael Rees from LRM Planning on behalf of Planover Estates, specifically in respect of some queries on LP30.
Thank you. Mid Suffolk Green Party.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Stringer here, representing Mid Suffolk Green Party, but specific interest today on SP08 infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The Ministry of Defence.
They are here and they have joined us by telephone conference while they're having issues with their own internet. And Louise, are you able to speak now?
Good morning. Sorry about that. My name's Louise Dale, Town Planner for Ministry of Defence. My colleague next to me is Joanne Main, his Assistant Head of State and Planning, and my colleague Martin Kinsey will also be representative. He's a Station Staff Officer at Wattisham Airfield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pigeon.
Good morning, ma'am. Nicola Travasili from Turley, representing Pigeon Investment Management Limited. I'm also joined by Andrew Phillimore from Pigeon.
Thank you very much. Sproughton Parish Council.
Good morning, Ma'am. Peter Powell, Vice Chair, Sproughton Parish Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell. Sudbury Area Greenbelt Group. Is that Mr. Miller? Are you on? You're still on mute, Mr. Miller.
Good morning. My computer's playing up. Yes, good morning. I'm from Sudbury Area Greenbelt Group, Nick Miller. Referring to LP30 and question 8.2. Thank you.
Rightio. I think a number of people, I think the weather is playing havoc with the internet, I think, today. So, because I know there's quite a few people having problems, but hopefully things will still work. Suffolk County Council.
Good morning, I'm Cameron Clough. I'm a planning officer at Suffolk County Council. We're going to be speaking on various infrastructure issues throughout the day. I'm also joined by my colleague Pete Mumford, who is the school planning manager, who's going to be helping me on education issues.
Thank you, Mr. Clough. Taylor Wimpey.
Good morning, Mum. My name is Bethan Haig. I'm from Boyer and I'm representing Taylor Wimpey, specifically in respect of their site at land north of the A1071, which is draft allocation LA013. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Good morning, Mum. My name is Peter Freer from James Bailey Planning. We're also acting on behalf of Taylor Wimpey.
Thank you. And finally, the Vistry Group.
Good morning, Mum. Libby Hindle from Boyer, representing Vistry Group in relation to Butchers Lane, Boxford, and specifically matters relating to LP30.
Super, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions on the procedural aspects of the session before we start the discussion? And are there any housekeeping points that either the LPA or the programme officer need to raise with me? If not, we'll then proceed with the discussion. Just to say how I'm going to organise it is we're going to look at policy SP08 and LP 33 and 35 to start off with. And then we will go to LP 30, 31 and 32 and 34 after that. So we will deal with the infrastructure issues policies first, and then look at the other policies. So to start with, if I can ask the council, obviously we've got SP08 and I say LP 33 and 35, all dealing with kind of infrastructure. And I wondered if you could briefly set out your approach to strategic infrastructure provision and why the plan has 3 separate policies.
Thank you, Madam. I think I'll ask Mr. Hobbs if he can provide you with an overview to the approach that has been taken, and particularly why there's a distinction between strategic policies and then the local policies, and then within the local policies, why they deal with different aspects.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mum. So just starting off with policy SP08, well, that's the plan's policy for strategic infrastructure. It sets out the key strategic infrastructure projects affecting the plan, which need to be delivered to support the growth identified, particularly around the topic areas of transport, the education, health, protected habitats, water supply, where there's an issue around Hartsmere in the north of Mid Suffolk, and improvements to digital technology. The two policies, LP 33 and LP 35, are intended to be development management policies, and just bear with me. They address, I mean, as you'll see from the infrastructure delivery plan, it's reference ER01, I believe. There's a lot of infrastructure identified within that evidence base, and policy LP33 goes into more detail, effectively, around managing the infrastructure provision. And LP35 then looks at how that's effectively funded through the developer contributions and planning obligations.
Thank you. In general terms, does anyone have any comments on the kind of council's approach in terms of those three policies, just in general terms? No, that's all right then. Can the council just explain to me what they see as the difference between developer contributions and planning obligations, which are mentioned in Part 3 of SP08 and LP35?
Yeah, I think effectively what we're looking at here is developer contributions can include, for instance, community infrastructure levy, or they could be other developer contributions beyond that, whereas planning obligations we're looking more around sort of section 106 and section 278 approach, for example.
Well, what's in terms of SIL, what other things would you said another country?
Well, whether anything's in kind, for example. I mean, I suppose on a case by case basis, there might be the odd occasion where a developer contributes something to the proposal being proposed that's taken into consideration, perhaps where there's a tight planning balance.
Because I mean, the Part 3 already includes community infrastructure levy, doesn't it? So it says, so
yeah.
So for developer contributions coming through on the community infrastructure levy, I'm not clear on what all these different things are, really. Because you've already mentioned SIL, and then you're saying developer contributions are SIL.
Yeah.
They may or may not be, I think, is what Mr. Hobbs was suggesting, that the reference to developer contributions was intended to ensure that things which aren't either necessarily SIL or planning obligations are still covered by the policy. Mr. Hobbs gave the example of a Section 278 agreement in relation to the provision of highways infrastructure. And whilst it's possible that a commitment to deliver a particular piece of highways infrastructure might be secured by a planning obligation, that's not necessarily going to be the case, because, for example, you could have a situation where a planning permission is granted with a Grampian condition, and the Grampian condition is to preclude either the development commencing or certain parts of the development commencing or being occupied until certain highways improvements have been carried out. The developer is expected to provide for those highways improvements, and the developer may make provision for those highways improvements by a 278 agreement with the Highways Authority, or it may be that the highways improvement requires land to be provided by the developer that would contribute to that highways improvement, because a junction improvement might require some part of the site. And so the developer's contribution might be being delivered outside of Section 106 and outside of SIL, and the word developer contribution captures that scenario. There could be other instances where the developer contribution is the provision of land, whether it's to open space or to community facilities. And so whilst we can certainly understand that there's potential for there to be overlap between the three categories, effectively there is also potential for them to cover different things. And that's why, I say, we tried to identify that not everything is captured purely by reference to SIL and planning obligations, and there will be things which will sit outside of those two regimes.
Right, thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful. Mr. Clow, do you want to come in?
Yes, I believe I was going to say something very similar to Mr. Bedford, which is some planning obligations will be non-monetary, such as land or works in kind, such as via a 278 agreement. So it's useful to have that distinction within the policy to cover all eventualities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Freer?
Yes, thank you, Mum. We've picked up this on the three policies, SP08, LP33 and LP35, with the repetition regarding the uses of developer contributions and planning obligations and SIL. We have put something forward in our hearing statement where, despite what we've heard so far, I think there does need to be a change in how it's referred to, and either developer contributions as a whole could be used, because that can still include planning obligations and which can include monetary, it can include land. It can either have developer contributions, or it would be best to capture it in a way that spells it out into bear with me, hold on. S106 contributions and highway contributions instead. So the policy could change to say, so you delete developer contributions and then replace that with Section 106 contributions and highway contributions instead, rather than using it along with SIL and as it currently is in the policy. So I think there's a repetition with how it's used, and it would provide clarity to the developers if the uses were simplified.
Thank you, Mr. Freer. Mr. Clow, you want to come back on that?
My only thoughts on that potential amendment is to focus specifically on 106 and highway, is that it might exclude other potential contributions in kind. And I think that the policy as is covers all the eventualities.
Thank you. Mr. Stebbing?
Madam, if it helps,
Oh, yes, Mr. Bedford, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say we would concur with Mr. Clow's point, because, for example, education, again, a contribution might be provided by land or buildings, which would meet an education need, and ditto other social and community infrastructure needs.
Mr. Stebbing.
Can I just confirm, Mum, that you're, I think, addressing your questions A and B at the moment on today's agenda, rather than C and D? Am I correct?
Yes, yeah, at the moment, yes.
Thanks.
Right. Well, thank you for that. I'll think about that wording and in the light of what's been said. Now the council have suggested a minor a main modification to make a change to 1A of SP08, so that also refers to rail corridors. I consider that is necessary for soundness. Is there any comments on that suggested change from any of the participants? Mr. Clow?
Just to say that the County Council would support that amendment.
No one else, right? That's fine. And coming to the County Council, I know you've you provided a recent update on the position with regard to whether the plan would be effective in delivering the in Ipswich strategic planning area I think that's the right phrase, mitigation strategy. Do you want to just briefly outline that, because I know you just made that last week and put in some updated information, so I just wondered if you wanted to just update on the position, just clarify.
Yes, of course. So this is the transport mitigation strategy for the Ipswich strategic planning area, which is one of the key points within the policy. We did initially have some concerns about the deliverability of the strategy in terms of its certainty. However, we've had further discussions with the district councils here today, but also the Borough Council and East Suffolk Council, and that those discussions have led to the County Council commissioning WSP to set out an update to that strategy in terms of what's changed in national and local policy with regards to the strategy. The piece of work will also outline a 5-year programme of projects to deliver the strategy, and it will also set out a means of funding that 5-year programme through a combination of developer obligations or contributions, whether they be in kind or by Section 106 agreement. But we'll also be looking at other funding streams, such as from the Department of Transport, for example. And that gives us much greater confidence in the deliverability of the strategy and meeting and ameliorating the concerns we initially raised in our Matter 8 statement.
Thank you. Is there anything anyone else wants to raise in terms of that mitigation strategy or the kind of recent update that the County Council have provided? Lady Hart?
Just to ask, Ma'am, I don't think the instructions to WSP regarding this update are in the core library. Might be helpful if that additional information could be provided.
Did the council explain whether it is there in the core library or if it's going to be put in the library?
I think the answer is that the statement Mr. Clow referred to has been added to the core library, the examination library. Whether purely the instructions to WSP need to be added to the library, perhaps a matter we can just reflect on. But obviously we'll look to provide anything that's relevant to the library, but as I say, I don't think you would necessarily appreciate us simply burdening the library with administrative documents which don't actually provide, in a sense, meaningful parts of the evidence base.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Right, wasn't sure if it was working. I'm not sure if it's directly directly correct to bring this in here or if it's something later, but in our parish we do have concerns about the transport infrastructure mitigations for the Ipswich area, particularly with the traffic that comes through our village. I don't think we're constantly trying to deal with how can I put it? Our village is not really suitable for the amount of traffic that already comes through it, and all the development that's going forward at the moment is doing nothing to try and mitigate for that problem. Way back some years ago, the Snowasis development identified that there was a need for mitigation to deal with extra traffic in the area, and the money that was supposed to have come forward for that never did. Our village is still sitting in exactly the same position. If you have the chance to go through our village, you'll see that it's just like a medieval car park with the amount of traffic that goes through it. And I think what we've been looking for a long time is, one thing is a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit through our village, which we keep getting ignored on. We've been asking for that for decades, and I think without a doubt this should be an opportunity here to start looking at a bypass, because our village is the sort of village that should have a bypass round it. How that would be done, I don't know. We've looked at various options. With a recent Pigeon development, they've sort of implemented something towards that possibility, but basically the A14 corridor that's mentioned in the Ipswich policy area really isn't the A14 corridor for development in our area. It's the B1113 corridor, and the B113 comes through our village, and nearly everything therefore from all this development will be coming through our village. And also the mitigation that they're talking about in this policy area for the A1071, where improvements are being made along the A1071, may well be helping to move traffic off the A1071, but it all ends up in the same place, which is down at the river bridge at where the Sainsbury's is, where the Hadley Road and London Road meet. And whatever you do on the A1071, it still meets there and backs up all the way back into Sproughton. So I just want to put that out there, that I think this should have been an opportunity, this plan, to do something about these traffic matters, and the tinkering at the edges that are being done will not deal with it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Powell. I mean, obviously today, I mean, it's a bit of a tightrope. We're not going to be dealing with site specific. I mean, I think yours isn't site specific. It is wider than that. And I will ask either the county council or the council. I don't know whether they want to come back and just explain explain to me what how much the mitigation strategy covers in terms of dealing with the issues of Sproughton. I think I'm right. Is it one of the Ipswich fringe villages? Is that right, Mr. Powell?
It is one of the Ipswich fringe villages, and it's the one that's going to get most of the development. I think we take something like about 20% of all the development that they're proposing for the whole district. And that's obviously going to have a big impact on us in the first place. But our village in itself is full of a lot of heritage buildings and a lot of old buildings which potentially should be heritage buildings. And they're all along this, what was the Old Pye Road, which is a Roman road that went from Ipswich to Norwich. And the houses that have developed up around that were built when there were horse and carts going down that road, and it's just not suitable for the amount of traffic that goes through the village. And because all this development is along the B113, most of it is, and it's used also as a rat run for people to get into Ipswich and onto the A14. It all it all focuses on our village.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. So could either, I don't know, the council or Mr. Cloud, I don't know who's in the best position. Can you explain to me how the mitigation strategy has looked at the kind of impact of the development levels on the kind of fringe villages? Is that picked up in that? Mr. Bedford,
Madam, I was going to say perhaps it's helpful if Mr. Hobbs starts because he can obviously give you the perspective from the plan making authorities viewpoint, but then I'm sure on any matters of the why. After all, it's the Highway Authority who will be primarily driving that. But so perhaps if we start with Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Mum. I believe Mr. Bedford might cut out slightly there. So he was saying that I would begin and then Mr. Cloud would come after me. I just wanted to also raise the point that Sporton Parish has the A14 sort of going through the middle of it. So whilst there's a lot of development proposed on the edge of Ipswich, that's effectively borders Ipswich Borough's boundary. Then you have the A14 in between then the village that Mr. Powell's then referring to, where there are some other development sites there as well. So just wanted to put that into context. And also in the transport mitigation strategy, we're very much looking at walking and cycling and improved bus services through Quality Bus Partnership and other sort of modal shift measures. Certainly, these developments are not far from areas of work. For example, as you would have heard last week, in Matter 6 in the employment, there's a major development going on at Sporton Sugar Beet Factory site, or Sporton Enterprise Park as it's now known. So there is opportunities within this area for more modal shift, and maybe you would get in a more rural village when we talk around settlements and we come on to under Matter 9. So and maybe Mr. Clark can come in and perhaps explain a bit more around the mitigation, but certainly working closely with the county and the other districts and the borough, we've identified a package of measures there which through planning applications then having a look at how they can contribute to those to say getting this modal shift.
Thank you.
And if I just may come in now, yes, I agree with everything that Mr. Hobbs has said. The focus for mitigation for the Ipswich strategic planning area as a whole is on mode shift. As Mr. Hobbs said, the Ipswich fringe areas have quite a high potential for mode shift towards active travel or public transport where that's available. Ultimately the reason that we've come to that approach is we do agree there is too much traffic there, and the potential for further vehicular traffic has the potential to have severe impacts, and that's why we've gone down this mode shift route. The transport mitigation strategy outlines what the approach is there and includes everything that Mr. Hobbs has just said. To talk about the Sporton issue specifically, the IDP, I know this is slightly more a Matter 9 issue, but just here where the IDP sets out in table 20 and 21 what the mitigations for the area are. But our view is that overall the approach needs to be towards mode shift to reduce the overall traffic, which then also aligns with other priorities such as addressing climate change and addressing air quality issues.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, do you want to say anything? I mean, I'll say I don't want to get into it in too much detail because it is more of a Matter 9 issue, but in general terms.
Yeah, I think just the problem with this concept of mode shift is that mode shift requires that there is infrastructure to support the people who live in those areas so that they don't get into their cars and go anywhere. And unfortunately, most of this development that's going along the B113, a lot of it already approved, is not coming forward with the infrastructure that's required to keep people out of their cars. So you don't have enough doctor surgeries round our way. I know there's talk about some hub, but whether that will be within walking distance of the people who live in Broughton along the B113 is very doubtful. Along with a lot of other similar things, there is very little infrastructure like community facilities and what have you that's coming forward with these developments, which means that people are going to have to go elsewhere. And I'm afraid that it's too far away, just that bit too far away for people to be walking and cycling. And the actual problem with walking and cycling, people talk about public transport, but one thing that isn't being done is that there is no path from Broughton up to the B1 up to the A1071, the Beagle roundabout, where you have to go if you want to get a bus to Colchester or to Hadley. That would be lethal for somebody to try and walk up that road. So that is basically beyond the reach of the people in the village. Similarly, it's quite a long way round for anyone to get into Ipswich itself by foot. There are plans to help with to improve some of the pedestrian ways, particularly along the riverbank, but these never seem to come to fruition. And so we don't see any of this development actually, all this extra development actually resulting in people getting out of their cars. We see more people getting into their cars because the idea of mode shift needs the infrastructure to support it. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah. Mr. Clare?
Yeah, we completely agree. The infrastructure needs to be there, and that's the purpose of this piece of work we've commissioned from WSP to identify a programme of works that can be delivered over the next 5 years. But I would also add that since the development of the mitigation strategy and some of the initiatives from government over the last 18 months that have arisen because of the pandemic, the County Council now has a local cycling and walking strategy with a long list of potential schemes that could be funded. The districts themselves are also, I understand, working on similar active travel projects and strategies as well, which will help to deliver this kind of infrastructure.
Thank you. Anything the council want to say in addition to that?
No, thank you, Madam, other than the point that clearly infrastructure is obviously not merely the provision of transportation infrastructure, but obviously covers, as I think Mr. Powell said, a wider range of social and community things, including doctors, healthcare and education. They're all part of the provision and all part of what we're seeking to deliver through this this part of the plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Apologies, Madam Inspector,
Yeah.
if I may just jump in with one last thing I did mean to say. We would be happy to share the instructions to WSP in detail. The update we provided is just a summary, but we can provide more detail if required.
Right, thank you. Right, well, I've taken on board all those comments and we'll give them some thought. I would like to also just to raise that I noticed the police have raised concerns that the IDP doesn't include the need for large housing schemes to contribute to PCSO funding. I just wondered if the council could explain the reasoning for this and their views on this.
I'll turn to Mr. Hobbs to comment on that.
Sorry, yeah. If I could perhaps just bring my colleague Anik Bennett in on this point, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. PCSO funding is generally funded through other means than developer contributions. So this is why we would suggest other funds to fund police officers. In the IDP, this is clearly set out that other funds should be used for increasing police, increasing infrastructure for police services that is covered in the IDP, either in different sections, including SIL or Section 106. But PCSO officers is generally to be funded outside of Section 106. This is our view.
Right. Mrs. Miller, did you want to come in? I saw your hand up.
She's inadvertently left the meeting, I think.
All right.
If she comes back in, I'll let her know that she can comment, Inspector. Thank you.
Right. So is there anything else? Does anyone else want to say anything about the police issue? No. Then turning on to that has been suggested that part 2 should say that a lot of the requirements are subject to viability. I wondered if the council have got any views on that.
Madam, perhaps if I start, and then if Mr. Hobbs needs to add anything further. First of all, as you'll be aware, the plan is supported by a viability appraisal, that's ER02, the Aspinall Verde plan viability and SIL review study of October 2020. That confirms that having regard to the various policies in the plan, including the policies which call for infrastructure provision and affordable housing, that the plan's policies are deliverable and taken across the board, looking at the various typologies of different forms of development, that it can be seen that the policies are achievable within the viability of development that is expected to come forward. So that's the, as it were, the overarching position. Secondly, as you'll be aware, the NPPF expects such matters to be assessed at the plan making stage, which they have been, and doesn't expect, therefore, that proposals that come forward at the development management stage should need to reinvent the wheel and have their own bespoke viability appraisal, unless there are effectively exceptional circumstances. And so we have followed that approach. We've, I say, set out what we expect in the plan. We've subjected that to viability appraisal, and that has shown that what we expect is deliverable. And therefore, we don't see that there is a requirement to revisit that as a matter of course through each development management decision. Having said that, if there are particular circumstances when individual applications do come forward, which mean that there has been a change from what was anticipated at the time of the local plan, or there are particular circumstances which are unique to that site, then it would be open to those promoting that site to bring those matters forward as an exception to the normal policy approach, and they would then be considered in the light of, I say, both the national policy approach the issues that have gone through the local plan process, and then whatever evidence there may be that's relied on to suggest that a departure is justified. But that very much would be on the basis of departure rather than on the basis of an expectation that you can leave it all to the development management stage. So that's the basic approach. And then I've asked Mr. Hobbs if he's got any further comments he wants to add.
No, I think that sums it up. I don't have any further to
add. I just wonder, Mr. Stebbing or Mr. Onion, particular, is there anything you want to come back? Because I know you raised kind of issues like that. Yeah, Mr. Onions?
Yes, ma'am, if I may. We are promoting land in I, which is a brownfield site in I, which is allocated within
You're on mute, Mr. Onions.
Apologies. But we are promoting a brownfield site within the plan in I on behalf of our clients. It's an allocated site, the former poultry factory in I. We know that there are viability issues with that particular site, and we are anticipating when that comes forward that viability will be a matter to be considered in the context of both the plan and development management. We also have other sites within Mid Suffolk which are brownfield sites, and again we anticipate that the site-specific circumstances of those will mean at development management stage that viability will need to be considered. The way the policy is drafted at the moment doesn't recognise that circumstance. I think what we're seeking is a relatively minor amendment to SP08 and the subsequent local policies that sit below it, just to make clear that there is an option for viability to be considered at development management stage, and I don't believe that the NPPF precludes that. The NPPF, in my reading, does allow under the phrase particular circumstances the need for viability assessment to be considered at application stage. And in view of the fact that these policies will be utilised as development management tools, and clearly the interpretation of them will lie with others that aren't present at the examination, I think it would be very helpful for both sides, the local authority and ourselves as developers, to have that viability issue recognised in the policy, because, as I mentioned, it will undoubtedly come to the fore when certain sites are considered, both allocations in the plan and other sites which aren't allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stebbing,
thank you, Mark. In many respects, I echo entirely what Mr. Onions has just said. I think the difficulty stems from the type of whole plan viability assessment that Mr. Bedford has just talked about, which considers sites in a series of typologies, and the site my clients are promoting at Stowmarket falls within one of those typologies, but it doesn't. The assessment is not fine-grained enough to take account of all the potential developer contributions that will be forthcoming, and our work on the specific viability of the proposals for that site are already identifying that at best it is challenging to meet the plan's requirements in the way that we understand that they're coming through. I'm not seeking to challenge policy SP08 in principle, but I agree with Mr. Onions that part 2 of that policy should at least include as a bare minimum the phrase "where viable," and you will have seen that in my hearing statement, Ma'am, within the text of that policy, and that is not in any way rejecting what Mr. Bedford has said. It is in one sense endorsing what he has said, because schemes must be viable to be delivered, and we don't want to repeat this exercise at the development management stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Miller, and do you want, is yours an issue about viability, or is it, or shall I come back to you after we've had the viability discussion?
I'm very sorry, I've been power cutted out of your meeting on a couple of occasions. I think you could relate it to viability, yes.
Right, well, do you want to make your comment before I go back to the council for their comments?
It was following on from the contribution from the Sproughton resident representative. In East Bergholt, which is a rural village, we sit halfway between Ipswich and Colchester, right on the border of Essex. So we have an impact in terms of infrastructure on development that doesn't just happen in Baber, but also happens across the border in Tendring and in Colchester. And we have a connection through to the A12, which is our main transport route. But the connection junction between the border, where the A12 hits the border, and up until Sproughton, the connections onto the A12 are extremely dangerous and recognised as extremely dangerous. And yet the number of houses and development is increasing in this area onto that dangerous junction, and several other smaller junctions that join the A12 at that point. So development is happening and being approved in an area where it isn't viable for people to take a car onto the A12 because of the unsatisfactory nature of the junction. It's got a 30-metre rather than a 300-metre join to the A12 at that point. We also, I believe, have, like Sproughton, asked for 20-mile-an-hour speed limit through the village because of the increased traffic. My estimate is that there are at least 3,000 houses, developments, just 5 miles away, 3 to 5 miles away, at Manningtree and Mistley and Lawford, just over the border, as well as the other 1,000 or so that are happening around Brantham, East Bergholt. And that traffic comes through our village, and it comes along a road which is not built for that amount of traffic. It goes past a high school where the children have to cross the road in quite dangerous conditions. And so we are asking for a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. So we would like to support the view that viability should include improvements on a junction that Highways England have told us will not be considered before 2025. Thank you, that's my point.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. So do the council want to come back on the kind of the viability issues and the things that people have raised?
Thank you, Madam. I think there were two separate strands to those issues. If perhaps I just deal very briefly with Mrs. Miller's points, which in a sense cover the ground that we were dealing with in relation to what Sproughton Parish Council was saying, more on the implementation of the transport mitigation strategy overall. For the most part, I don't think I need to say anything further to what we've already said about that. But I would say that on the particular point about 20-mile-an-hour speed limits or not, that really isn't in itself directly a local plan function. It's not the local plan's job to set speed limits on rural roads or rural villages. Obviously, that's a separate matter. Clearly, if there are to be mitigation measures, transport mitigation measures associated with a particular development, then that can include consideration of speed limits. But that's not really, I say that kind of level of detail is not really a matter for the local plan, and it's not for the local plan to say what speed limits should or shouldn't be anywhere on the highway authority's network. So that's the point in relation to that. Going back to the issue raised both by Mr. Onions and Mr. Stebbing in relation to building in, as it were, a reference to viability in the plan in SP08. With respect, what the wording change put forward by Mr. Stebbing would achieve would be to make viability an issue on every application of the policy, because it is to be made conditional on where viable. But that isn't the, we suggest, the appropriate approach to take. The appropriate approach to take is as set out in the MPPF and as followed in this plan, which is to subject the proposals of the plan to a viability assessment at the plan making stage, and departures then are only justified where a particular or special case can be made, and that is not achieved by writing in the words that Mr. Stebbing would like to write in, because that makes it then a commonplace or a norm that all contributions have to show that they won't affect the viability of the proposal. We consider that the wording that is already within SP08 item 2, all development will also need to make provision for appropriate contributions towards community infrastructure. That captures sufficient flexibility to allow for departures if a departure can be justified. But what it doesn't do is make it a, as it were, a precondition that you have to go through a viability loop at the development management stage. I say that should only happen as a departure from the normal approach, which is that the policies have been tested, the policies have been found sound, and one of the factors that was been considered as part of that soundness test is deliverability, and part of deliverability includes viability. Then if Mr. Hobbs, I think, wants to add something further.
Yeah.
There's just the 2 points. I was just going to echo that point about the policy wording very much says make provision for appropriate contributions, but also just coming back to the point about transport we were just talking about. We do have a statement of common ground with Highways England, now known as National Highways. I think it's reference ES16, where we talk about working collaboratively as future government road investment strategies are developed.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't planning to speak on this issue, but I feel I could help somewhat shed some light into a couple of areas that may make the decision easier. On the issue of viability, we struggle with this all the time at development management stage, and rightly so, because each planning application is relatively unique. But a broad brush plan, which is what a local plan tends to be, it has to try and encompass all. It is also increasingly difficult when we have case law where the government allows for a 20% uplift in value twice on any particular site. The promoter is allowed that as a margin, also are the developer, which is fine. If that's where that is set, then there's inevitably going to be, I don't want to use the word bun fight, but there's inevitably going to be a bun fight in terms of what different priorities are on each site, and they're competing priorities. But if a site is relatively greenfield and unencumbered and has been put forward within this plan and promoted within this plan that it can meet the needs of sustainability, then it shouldn't, in my opinion, surely need necessarily be flagged up that if viable. By being promoted as part of this plan, the site is surely viable, It just depends on the price, and it depends on the local circumstances. And all the time we show flexibility. I have an application in my own division where we have cut the amount of affordables because we needed to acknowledge the extra demolition costs and the fact we needed a new primary school there. But equally, the balance often can not be exactly where we want it. I've got an email this morning about a zebra crossing we need to get 175 new homes into a Victorian primary school, and the county council's now written back to say that the works to bring this forward, there will not be enough developer contributions. So SCC will need to find the funding, some of the funding elsewhere, and that's after all of the developer contributions at the current level. So it does show that there's a tension there, but each one should be, I believe, looked at DM stage to make sure it is viable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Lady Hart.
I would like to echo Mr. Bedford's points and Mr. Hobbs and indeed Mr. Stringer's just now. I believe to introduce subject to viability into paragraph 2 of SPO8 would in effect make that a precondition. Those arguments about viability crop up in planning committee stages in any event. And I think it would be unhelpful to insert it now into the local plan wording. A claim for special circumstances is frequently made at the planning committee stage and could be done at that stage. And as Mr. Stringer said, if a site is considered to be suitable, then it will be if it's considered to be suitable under the local plan, but a developer disagrees, then at planning permission stage, they can bring forward the special circumstances. And my experience is that more frequently happens rather than not. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's certainly given me lots to think about. And I will think about it and come back after I've given it some consideration. Is there anything else people want to say about SPO8 before we turn on to LP33? Yes, Ms. Hay.
Thank you, Mum. Just a quick point, if I may, in respect of the revised SIL charging schedule that the council are currently exploring. I note that looks to increase the price per square metre up to £200 for developments of greenfield sites greater than 10 dwellings. If that is the basis from which is to fund the infrastructure set out in the IDP, if a lower SIL rate is considered acceptable by the SIL examining inspector, or indeed there is a delay in the SIL charging schedule being formally revised, where does this leave the strategic infrastructure set out in the IDP? Will there be a funding gap? And if there is, will this be secured via additional Section 106 contributions? And just has this been accounted for? Thank you.
Thank you. Would the council like to come back on that?
Madam, thank you, Madam. I think Mr. Hobbs is probably best placed to help you on that.
Yeah, all I was going to say was it's the council's intention to submit the SIL charging schedules for both Baber and Mid Suffolk, the separate schedules, for examination next month. That provides some more clarity.
But what I mean, I think the question was if the examiner then was to not accept those higher levels, or it was delayed, what would be the implications of that for the infrastructure delivery? Would it
I think that's something we need to come back on, but we've run the evidence base for the local plan alongside the community infrastructure levy as well, and yeah, the evidence is suggesting that those amounts can be afforded.
I think, Madam, also there is simply a wider point. The plan obviously has to be examined on the basis of the circumstances as they are at the moment. What, in a sense, Ms Hayes is postulating is a theoretical of, well, what if and what if and what if, in a sense. Well, we don't know, and clearly the plan has to make progress. You have to look at it in light of the circumstances as they are at present, and as matters are at present, there is an evidence base which has been viability tested that supports the plan's proposals. And in a sense, that's as far as one needs to go to show that the plan's proposals are deliverable and sound.
Thank you. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Ma'am. It's just a minor point, but it's something that we will develop in relation to the discussions under LP 33, and it's a part of policy SP08 1B, which refers specifically to a district-wide education expansion programme to match projected population growth, and it comes back partly to some of the discussions that we had earlier today in relation to matching infrastructure needs to development. And you'll know from our representations that we have issues with the proposed infrastructure delivery plan, specifically as it relates to Elmswell. But I don't have a particular problem with the policy itself, but it's then how it's applied through the infrastructure delivery plan and to the allocation of sites within the plan, which we come on to under matter 4. I just raise it, it's a specific point, but it'll be developed under LP 33, but I just wanted to raise that now. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Well, shall we turn to LP 33 now then, and to considering that. Just get that. So again, I need to reiterate that we're not going to be discussing individual sites here. We're looking at things in general terms. But to the council, I know there's been a number of concerns raised that the IDP is not robust, as it's missing costs and funding sources for a number of projects that are considered essential. And I would like, so I'd like your comments on that, please.
Thank you, Madam. Again, perhaps Mr. Hobbs can give an overview of the work that's gone into compiling the IDP and also what approach is taken to ensuring that it's kept up to date.
Thank you, Ma'am, and I'll bring my colleague Anique Bennett in a moment to this matter. But just to emphasise, the infrastructure delivery plan is an extensive piece of evidence. It has been updated annually in the preparation of the plan to keep it current. The latest version, September 2020, document ER01. In terms of education, if that's mainly what the focus is on, I mean, we've done extensive work with Suffolk County Council in ensuring that any schools that need to expand can be expanded. There's been a lot of feasibility work gone into that as well, and I believe colleague from education is here from Suffolk County Council if you want to explore that topic further. Likewise, on the health, I had extensive conversations with the clinical commissioning groups around those needs, and as is demonstrated through the sheer volume of statements of common ground that we've got with infrastructure providers, there's been a lot of discussions with National Highways, with rail providers, and all of that ensures that we have as robust as possible expectations of costs and what can actually be delivered in the relevant locations. But I'll just bring my colleague Anik Bennett in if she wishes to add anything further to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hobbs. So just to add, yeah, the IDP is an iterative piece of work. It has started in preparation with the joint local plan, working closely with the infrastructure providers. But some projects in there are not all fully known. They can be, the details will come in as more is known on the delivery of the development. But a lot of projects are also known. So the IDP is a picture at the time that it is produced with the most up-to-date information that it has. But the intention is to review it regularly. And there's also the duty on the councils to submit an infrastructure funding statement every year by the end of the year. And the council submitted our infrastructure funding list in December last year and is working on the current update now. But there's also that mechanism updating the infrastructure list that is referred in the infrastructure funding statement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clow?
Thank you, Madam. I just wanted to sort of second everything that the district councils have said there, and that we've been very appreciative of at the county council of the collaborative approach they've taken in terms of putting together the infrastructure lists for the plan, and we'll continue to work with them in the future on updating them as required.
Thank you. Mr. Barber?
Thank you, Mum. 3 points mainly on this, and it does relate to a specific site. But there are general points that I think we can draw from the points I want to make. The infrastructure delivery plan, I appreciate, is an iterative document, but when you're basing your spatial strategy on an allocation of sites on that infrastructure delivery plan, there has to be an element of robustness to it. And when projects are known not to be deliverable at the outset, as they are in the representations that we've specifically made, you would then start to call into question the ability of the IDP to deliver the infrastructure that is necessary. We've talked a lot this morning, or others have talked about a lot this morning, about the need to deliver infrastructure in the right place to avoid the use of the car across both districts. And our point is simply that in the case of the IDP, it doesn't do that. In fact, it's probably going to create, through some projects, an increased use of the car, where there are alternatives readily available to the local authority. So that's the point I'd make just at this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clow?
Just on that point about infrastructure, our distributions that increase the use of the car, I just want to refer back to what we said earlier, and that we now have through such as the cycling and walking infrastructure plans and the plans that the district councils themselves are developing. We have quite significant lists of projects now that could be developed to achieve the mode shift that we are looking to achieve. And of course, there's the additional piece of work from WSP that I mentioned beforehand. Thank you.
Would the council like to come back on what Mr. Barber has said?
Madam, yes, just sort of briefly, and without hoping to get into the Matter 9 issues, there is a disagreement, obviously, between the council and the county council as education authority on the one hand, and Mr. Barber's clients on the other hand, about what is an appropriate way forward for delivering education needs in a particular part of the plan area, that's to say in the vicinity of Elmswell and Woolpit. And there are differences of view as to what the appropriate strategy ought to be. But that doesn't mean that because there are those differences of view, that the strategy that the public authorities have settled on is not a deliverable strategy. And so in a sense, as it were, the premise for Mr. Barber's proposition that if you know that the strategy isn't deliverable, then that calls into question the strategy. Well, as a generality, that might be so, but we don't accept the premise because we don't think that the strategy that's being promoted by the public authorities is one which is not deliverable. And I say the details, no doubt we will turn more to when we look at Matter 9 issues.
Mr. Barber, you want to come back?
Yes, please, Mum. Because it isn't simply about a site-specific issue. I'm trying to keep it relatively general. This is about the delivery of a scheme that has wider sustainability issues. Wider issues about potential health and well-being, and about cohesive communities, and requiring primary school children to walk or cycle on main roads over the A14. So it's about whether it's the right strategy. I appreciate that encouraging people to walk and cycle is an appropriate strategy to have, but is it going to work? Is it going to work in the short term, the medium term, and the long term? If it's not the right scheme, then it won't deliver the benefits that the council and the councils think it will deliver, and that's the point. And therefore you end up with a situation that isn't sustainable and encourages more people to use the car, which is something that we're all trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, obviously that is an issue we're going to pick up at the Matter 9 stage in much more detail, but is there anything else the council wants to say at this stage on that?
Madam, no, I don't think I say, without getting into the detail of it, I don't think there's anything further we need to add. I say we just don't agree with Mr. Barber's clients about what the appropriate solution should be.
Thank you. Mrs. Traverse-Healy.
Thank you, ma'am. We just had a general point in regards to policy LP33 that we made in our hearing statements, but I just wanted to reiterate it here that we had a minor change to part 1 of policy LP33. At the moment, it states that all new development must be supported by and have good access to all necessary infrastructure, and then sends the reader or the applicant to footnote 49. Which states at the moment infrastructure includes all infrastructure as identified in the infrastructure delivery plan. Now we feel that's quite an ambiguous statement. It's quite vague at the moment, and we were looking for some wording in terms of, referring to relevant infrastructure, because obviously that's quite a wide-ranging document, covers multiple or different infrastructure requirements. So that was just a change we were looking for. The other thing, I'm sorry I didn't raise it earlier on, but going back to SP08 just quickly, if you wouldn't mind, Ma'am. Ms Hay made that point that we made in our representations about the progress of the SIL exam, the SIL document and the review. And I'm glad for the clarity from Robert Hobbs. That was very useful, Ms Hobbs. But just on that point of we don't know how that examination, the outcome of that, maybe that is it is good in terms of Mr Stebbings' comment about adding where viable, needing that flexibility if we don't know the outcome yet of the SIL examination. I just wanted to make that point now, Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the council want to just come back on Mrs. Traverse-Healy's point about this footnote 49 and whether
Thank you,
it should have that minor change would be helpful?
Madam, the question of whether it would be helpful or whether it's necessary are perhaps two slightly different things.
Yes.
We don't think that it's necessary because we think it's implicit that when the relevant second sentence refers to good access to all necessary infrastructure, that has to be read as necessary infrastructure relevant to the development concerned, as opposed to things which are not relevant to the development concerned. And once you, in a sense, have that in mind, when you then go to the footnote, you're obviously only going to be focusing on the things which are in the IDP, which then are necessary to that particular development. So that, for example, the IDP may have a school in a completely different village to the development concerned. Quite clearly, what the IDP says about that school is not going to be relevant if it is the case that the pupils of the development are not expected to fall within the catchment of that school. So I think you've got to read it with a degree of common sense. Having said that, if you thought that there was sufficient ambiguity in there that somebody might be misled into thinking that they'd got to provide for infrastructure which was not necessary for their development, I don't think we'd have a problem with, in a sense, expanding the footnote to make that abundantly clear. But I say we don't think it's actually necessary because we think any common sense reader of paragraph 1 and the footnote would understand that what is being sought only relates to what is required for the development in question.
Thank you. Mrs. Traverse-Healy, did you want to come back on that?
Yes, I mean, I'm always a bit worried when we talk about implicit in things. I think if that is the case, then I think the minor change would be helpful because, you know, sometimes in terms of interpretation, less ambiguity is obviously helpful. So, yeah, I think that minor change, if it can be made, it would be useful.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you, Mrs. Traverse-Healy. So if the council could just, you know, tweak that just to make it so it does remove that ambiguity, that I think could make a note of that. I know I've got a lot of people with their hands up at the moment, but it's also virtually 11 o'clock. Is anyone is it directly on those that point we've just been discussing, or is it new points? Because I'd like to just take our break now because we have had 90 minutes. So, Mr. Clow, is it a different point you wanted to raise, or?
No, it was related and a very quick one. I know you've already sort of intimated that you think that there should be some added clarity to the policy, but I just wanted to mention that in addition to the policy, yeah, the LPA and infrastructure providers still need to adhere to the regulations around what is necessary to permit planning permission, and you know, those have got to be considered in addition to the policies.
Yes. Mr. Powell, is yours a new point, or something picking up on what we're just talking about?
No, it's not about what you're talking about at the moment. I wasn't too sure.
Can we hold it then?
Question, Ma'am. Are we talking about LP33 at the moment, or are we talking about the infrastructure development plan? Because we have comments on that, and I'm not sure where I stand, where we are.
We're on LP33, and because that's what I'm examining the plan, not the infrastructure delivery plan itself. But I mean, obviously, the IDP is a key part of evidence that supports that.
Right. So I have some comments in relation to that. I'm quite happy to wait till after 11 o'clock.
Right. Yes. Thank you. So we'll come back to, and then Mr. Stringer. Oh, you've just taken your hand down. So it's 11 o'clock, so we'll start again at 11:30. Thank you very much. Right, it's now 11:30, so I'm going to resume the hearing session. And I wondered if Mr. Powell, if you wanted to come in now with your the comments that we briefly covered before we went on the break.
Cool. Sorry, right, yeah, no, Mom, right. Yeah, I wasn't too sure where the infrastructure development plan or any comments we had in relation to that should come into it. To be honest, when we put in our responses to your original matters that you raised, I don't think we could find it at the time. And by the time we did find it, it's 215 pages. So we're pretty limited in our resources, and it was beyond us to respond at the time. We have sort of gone through it now. So there were a few points that we wanted to raise. I'm not sure if this is the correct time or the place to do that.
Well, yeah, if you want to raise them, and I'll see whether they're kind of relevant to my consideration of the plan or not, and the soundness of it. So first thing would be to do with perhaps the way that SIL funding, in relation to the way that SIL funding is dealt with. As a parish, we have over the last few years had very limited number of parish councillors. We've been under quite an amount of stress from the amount of applications that have been coming our way. And to be honest, we never had the chance to really look at SIL funding until pretty much a few months ago, because we just don't have the spare time as parish councillors, with a limited number of parish councillors, to do it. And I was quite surprised to see just how much SIL funding there is already going to all sorts of other places, when we are, as a parish, potentially facing most of the development, or a major part of the development in this district. And I kind of wondered whether the council should be a little bit more, how can I put it, be in themselves considering the allocation of SIL funds to things within large developments, rather than the parish councils having to put these things forward. So I'm thinking about things like if we wanted some sort of like a sports hall or something like that in this big Wolsey Grange development that's coming forward. It seems to be the onus is on us to actually make a request for that, but we haven't had the time to do it because we're so busy. And by the time we have realised, we have found this, we are then looking at where do you put it, because all the available land has already been taken by the developer. So I just feel that there should be something in the way that SIL funding is allocated, that when you're looking at a big development, there should be maybe a priority at looking that SIL funding is used first in consideration for providing facilities within that development. That makes sense. I don't know if the council want to come back to me on that one first before I go on to the next matter. If you want to raise all the issues, and then we can.
Okay. On education, I just wanted to point out that there's a comment at 365 on page 31 makes reference to the A14 with respect to connectivity with Bramford and Sproughton. In relation to the education being provided along that corridor, which is really, as I've said before, the B1113 corridor. And that, it sounds the way it's put that all traffic is going to be going down the A14 for all that education. It's not. It's going to be going up and down the B113. All those parents who may be moving children up and down between the different education facilities won't be using the A14. It's more traffic on the B1113 through the village. And also, I'm a bit concerned on page 33 to 34 about the proposal, it's to do with the planning application that's coming forward, but I think I ought to raise it because it's in here, that the school being proposed for the Wolsey Grange development is, instead of the school being that was supposed to be going on the Wolsey Grange 1 development. Wolsey Grange 1 development is already coming forward, and there are people, I speak to people on the development from time to time, and they are concerned that there's no infrastructure, there's no school, there's no facilities. And basically, now that that's been moved, they're looking at moving that to the Wolsey Grange 2, and potentially then won't come up to be built for several years in the future. The whole of Wolsey Grange 1 is going to be built, which is under the original policy CS7. The whole of that's going to be built without this primary school before they even start thinking about building a school on the Wolsey Grange 2, which is very adverse to those residents in the first development. I just think that if that, not as it's proposed, it's wrong. If it's going to go on the Wolsey Grange 2 development, it should be built very quickly. It needs to be going there very quickly. It needs to be a primary thing that goes into that development to provide for Wolsey Grange 1. Healthcare, we've touched on. I note that the infrastructure development plan doesn't consider dentists. It does mention it briefly, but it doesn't actually consider the shortage of dentists. There is already a shortage of GPs. I know personally in this area that there are people who are not getting proper primary health care locally because the practices are oversubscribed. So they're have to go outside. If they want to get proper healthcare, they go outside of the area, maybe to Cape or St Mary, the Constable practice. Problem is then that you are outside their catchment area, which means that if you're ill at home, they won't come out and see you. So you're stuck between these two things already. And I'm very concerned that the provision of primary healthcare should be a priority in any development at the start of it, and not something that's going to come in later, particularly in an area where we're already oversubscribed on the present GP practices, which has been made worse because one of the GP practices is now closed. And dentistry, I have to say from personal experience, my own 2 children, have now had to go elsewhere because they didn't see their dentist during the COVID. When they went back, they were told that they're no longer on that practice. Tried to find another NHS dentist in the whole of Ipswich and couldn't find one that was taking anyone on, and so now they're using. My daughter's at university, my son's working in London, and they're now using dentists in London because they can't get one here. And I don't think that is addressed in the infrastructure development plan at all.
A lot of this is quite site specific, Mr. Powell, and that's something we're going to be addressing in matter 9 rather than now. Are any of the other comments more generic rather than because we can't?
Yes, in relation to, we're a bit concerned about, well, it's not site specific, but it's area specific, and that is that we're concerned about the allocation to work to footpaths. Page 75 mentions that there should be a better path between Brantford and Broughton. In page 78, it mentions that there should be a better path from Broughton to Bramford, but as I mentioned already, probably the most important place where we need a path, which is out to the village up to the Beagle, there is no path, and it is a steep-sided, banked, sunken lane at a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit, where it would be quite dangerous to walk, and there is no mention of that. And there is also well, this again would be going to, it's to do with the area, that there should be better access along Hadley Road for cyclists and pedestrians, particularly with the Wolsey Grange coming up, because that's where people are going to go into the town, not along the London Road, because that's in the bottom of the valley, and people aren't going to cycle up out of the valley to get into Ipswich. They're going to come down, and there's no consideration for that. And anything else? There was on page 89. We do welcome the fact that they are talking about introducing or improving to a cycle path the Ipswich, the Gipping River path, as it's called now. They mention on page 90 that we've been asked that they are looking at making the Church Lane underpass a cycleway. Well, it already is a cycleway. It's used by cyclists all the time. What we've been asking for years is that it should be made accessible to wheelchairs. And there is one other little thing that we're particularly that we picked up on. Perhaps it's to do. No, that's perhaps I better keep that for Wolsey Grange for the site specific thing. So they are some things that we've picked up on that we didn't put into our response to you before because we hadn't had the time to read that document.
Right, yeah. No, I mean, obviously, I'm not examining in detail the IDP. I mean, I'm examining the local plan. So a lot of those issues are kind of soundness plans. You know, they're not changes to the policy that I can make. But is there anything the council want to come back on in terms of that's just been said? I say I'm trying not to get onto the site specifics till matter 9 really, but just in generic terms.
Madam, yes, keeping it at a very high level. Obviously, we do welcome engagement with parish councils on matters such as infrastructure delivery. Yes, we recognise that parish councils also have various calls on their time, and so as Mr. Powell has been indicating, they have been limited in the contributions they've been able to make. But for the most part, the issues that were being raised by Mr. Powell don't go to the content of the policies of the plan. There are obviously points of detail on some aspects of the IDP's specific measures. As I think has already been rehearsed, it is subject to regular review, and no doubt the council, having heard some of those points, can reflect on those points as part of that review process. But that's really outside of the local plan. Obviously, when the council is working on the IDP, it liaises with relevant agencies, including the Education Authority, let's say the County Council, in relation to education matters, with the County Council in relation to rights of way matters, and with the Clinical Commissioning Group in relation to healthcare matters. So the sort of issues that Mr. Powell has been raising are the sort of issues that the other statutory agencies have as part of their remit, and I'm sure that where relevant matters are raised, they are considered and addressed through that dialogue process. So I think that's probably all we would want to say.
Yes, thank you. As I say, it's a lot of it is not policy detail, so it's not a matter of soundness, but obviously that the council have taken on board the comments you've made. And but is there anything you want to come back on, or Mr. Powell in particular, or
No, ma'am, thanks. Right. As I say, I wasn't too sure how we should bring these things in. It's obviously the IDP is what the majority of these policies are referring to. So they were issues that come up as a consequence of that.
Yeah.
But as you say, they go beyond the actual policies themselves. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Can I bring in Mr. Stringer then? You want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mum. Something totally different. Given the it's brought into sharp highlight actually the events of the last week and certainly the last weekend. When you look at the point 1 where it says all necessary infrastructure, then it points you to point 49, which links you to the infrastructure delivery plan. When you then look in the infrastructure delivery plan about electric vehicle charging points, it points you to the Suffolk guidance on parking. The Suffolk County Council guidance on parking has only guidance on destination EV charging points. It is pretty much silent on charging points in people's residences. We have had a number of developments out here where there has been insufficient cabling put in so that the homeowners, when they then apply for a car charging point, are then refused in a brand new dwelling because they've taken up the amount of ampage given to their house because they have an air source heat pump. So air source heat pumps are going to be a major part of infrastructure in housing delivery. So will electric charging points. But what I cannot see is the explicit reference that how each house, new dwelling, will have sufficient electrical infrastructure, i.e. the width of cable, to allow it to migrate to more sustainable forms of heating and transport. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. Is there anything the council want to say on that?
Well, I think I'll ask Mr. Hobbs to pick up on explain what the council's approach is to ensuring sustainable dwellings can be provided with the means to allow the occupiers to adopt sustainable lifestyles.
Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously we've got a policy LP25 on sustainable construction design, which we'll come on to under matter 7 of these hearings. But we are trying to encourage more sustainable uses through the building regulations and through this policy. We refer to the Suffolk guidance for parking in terms of electric vehicle charging points because that's the guidance for parking is what guides planning applications. And LP32 we refer to point I, electric vehicle charging, in line with that current parking guidance. The electric vehicle charging guidance will evolve over time. Suffolk guidance for parking is on its 3rd iteration, and that's a document that can be updated by the county council as technology evolves. I acknowledge the point that perhaps we haven't got something in policy about the actual electricity going into the developments, and maybe that's something we could look and see if we can clarify that further.
Yes, if you could do, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Mr. Clow?
Thank you, ma'am. Just on the electric charging point, I think there was an expectation that government were going to include it in building regs. However, they as yet have not done that. We're happy to assist the district council in looking into that.
Right. I think I've got everything I need to on LP 33, unless there's anything anyone else wants to say. I'll move on to LP 35. Now, obviously, this we've covered some of the points under this one already under SP08. I know that the council, you've suggested a main modification to remove part 1 as it just duplicates part 3, which I agree is necessary. And we've already talked about the developer contributions and planning obligations under SP08, so I don't want to talk about that again. But I wondered, Mrs. Traverse Healy, I know Pigeon have raised some concerns regarding part 4 of LP 35. I wondered if you could briefly explain your concerns.
Sorry, madam, I'm just going to that part of jumped a bit. Getting my bearings, sorry. I'm just going to that part of the policy and the plan.
That's all right.
I think we made a reference to part 2 and asked for it to make regard to sort of site-specific infrastructure in the IDP. It's a comment very close to about footnote 49 in terms of being a bit less ambiguous and more specific in terms of where relevant, aiding sort of the applicant and the decision maker. It's a fairly minor comment, but.
So is that part 2 or part 4? I think. Is it part 4 where it says?
I think it's part 3. Is it? Or part 2.
And what was it you were seeking?
Just a minor change to the wording, Mum, to say where relevant. So to make it sort of the requirements were relevant to the site, basically, rather than just referring in kind of blanket terms to the IDP.
So could the council have a look at that whilst they're looking at the change on LP 33 as well, to see whether they consider that would be helpful and improve the clarity of the plan.
Yes, Madam, we can look at whether one needs to add the word relevant parts of to that first sentence. We think it's again covered by the second sentence, because what's being required to mitigate are the additional impacts their development will place on infrastructure. So that's the relationship, but we can certainly look at that first sentence if you think that may benefit from making that crystal clear.
Yeah. And I know a number of representatives made reference to the fact that viability should be taken into account as they did with SP08. Is there anything anyone wants to say in addition at this stage? Yeah, Mr. Stebbing.
I'm not sure if you've got me on camera at the moment.
I haven't got you on camera, but I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, LP 35, as we view it, is, if you like, the mechanics of implementing SP08. And I think the necessity for a reference to the viability of a proposal is even more essential here than it was under SPO8, although that doesn't diminish my points on SPO8. I imagine Mr. Bedford's response on this will be exactly the same to me, but actually LP35 introduces something that is additional to anything else that's been in the plan so far, which is the consultation responses received from infrastructure providers, which of course throws open the possibility that those responses introduce additional infrastructure requirements, if I can broadly describe it as that, with broader financial implications than ever the infrastructure delivery plan has so far looked at, or even the whole plan viability assessment. I think you probably get the drift of my point here, that the goalposts have been moved slightly within LP35 to those within SPO8. So we find it very disappointing, frankly, Madam, that this policy in particular makes no allowance for the impact of these requirements upon the viability of a proposal, not within the text of the policy or even within its supporting justification. So I do ask you to look sympathetically at the viability issue within paragraph 2 of this policy. Thank you.
Thanks. Do the council want to come back at that? Those points?
Well, Madam, we would obviously repeat the previous comments, and with respect, Mr. Stebbings made a valiant attempt to suggest that there's a new dynamic at play here, because this policy refers to consultation responses from infrastructure providers. Obviously, it would be unusual for the local planning authority to not take into account the consultation responses from infrastructure providers. And so the policy isn't actually saying anything particularly surprising. Obviously what those consultees raise in their responses is not something that clearly we can know at this stage, but clearly they will need to justify their requirements as they put those forward by reference to the same planning policy framework as we are all operating under. And again, that isn't, as it were, a proper reason for introducing a general viability caveat to policy LP35, because I say that sets its face against the thrust of national policy, which I say expects plans to consider these matters at the plan making stage and to subject the proposals to viability appraisal at the plan making stage. We've gone round that loop, and it's not appropriate to then inevitably build in at the development management stage a revisiting of viability on each and every proposal. I repeat the point I made before. If there are legitimate reasons for considering that circumstances have changed, Mr. Stebbings' example of an infrastructure provider coming forward with a wholly new infrastructure ask, as it were, well, that would be a change of circumstance, and that would then be the sort of factor that may justify revisiting matters as a departure from the normal policy position. But it is, again, in our view, not appropriate to expect that the wheel has to be reinvented on every occasion, which is what the wording Mr. Stebbing wants to see would imply.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, obviously, I don't want to go around in circles and over what we've already discussed, but I take on board the points from both sides and we'll consider it. Mr. Miller? You're on mute still, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, it's the symbol with the microphone. If you click on that.
We can't hear you, Mr. Miller. You need to unmute yourself.
Inspector, I'm not able to unmute Mr. Miller. That's just a function he will have to do for himself. Perhaps we could come back to Mr. Miller.
Yeah. Mr. Clow?
Thank you, Madam. I just want to say that as an infrastructure provider, the County Council think that it's right that the policy does include that opportunity for a change in circumstances, which does occur. We've detailed as much as we can in the IDP at this stage, and obviously more detail gets added as proposals come forward. But equally, sometimes just the background circumstances to a development proposal can change, and in fact, sometimes they can change in a positive direction for developers as well. So it's not like they're always going to have more costs put on them.
Thank you. Lady Hart?
A slightly different point, if I may, but picking up on the point that the councillor from Sproughton Parish Council made, one of the issues that we have found as a parish is that there's a lack of consultation with parish councils on Section 106 terms and on SIL funding. Suffolk County Council liaises with the District Council as the LPA on contributions that they need, but what we find in the development procedure is that headline terms may be mentioned in an outline planning application, but the negotiations are between the District Council and the applicant for planning permission, and the parish within which the development is located isn't consulted, apart from on the application for planning permission, but we're not involved directly in the Section 106 discussions or the SIL funding. And what we would like, and I think it would cover the point that the councillor from Sproughton made, is that there should be a provision inserted in this policy LP 35 for consultation with the relevant parish or parishes, because otherwise the community's needs aren't consulted. And indeed, we in Chiltern have had an actual example of that with regard to Chiltern Woods, which is a very major housing development site. The Section 106 was not, we weren't consulted about it. We asked to be. We then we took legal advice on the wording that was being proposed, which we didn't consider was satisfactory, and were advised it wasn't satisfactory, to make sure that the provisions would apply. So generally, without going into the site-specific details, we'd like to have a provision for more consultation with parish councils on the developers' contributions, Section 106 and SIL funding, please.
Thank you. What would the council like to say in response?
I think, Madam, we don't think that that's a necessary addition in order to make the policy sound. Clearly, the practicalities of the way that the council discharges its development management function is not really the subject, or shouldn't really be the subject matter of a policy. Clearly, there is consultation, as I think Lady Hart has indicated, on planning applications with a wide range of relevant bodies, which will usually include the parish council for the area concerned. And clearly issues can get raised in that consultation. This policy, which is dealing specifically with developer contributions, planning obligations to enable infrastructure delivery, it's quite right that it singles out consultation with infrastructure providers because that's the subject matter of the policy. But there will be a wide range of people who may have views on the nature of any particular mitigation package, contributions package for any particular development, and it wouldn't be appropriate to try to write into the policy all of the people that the council may or may not want to consult about that. It just becomes, as it were, too much of a micromanagement, which is not really what this development management policy should be dealing with.
Thank you. Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. I just would like to support the view that greater consultation with parish councils would actually improve the knowledge of the district council about the use of Section 106 and even SIL funding. And I speak as a borderland village, and there are many borderland villages in Baber, but our border has across a county boundary. So if I take, for instance, investment in buses, something like half of the children who go on to high education will go to Suffolk 1 and are having trouble as it is with buses to Suffolk 1. But another half go to the sixth form college in Colchester. And that's in Essex County Council. Baber may not be aware of the requirements of people who live in Suffolk, in Baber, going to facilities outside of the council area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Feeney, did you want to just say something?
Just with regards to Mr. Miller, he's managed to rejoin us, and just wanted to remind the meeting that he did wish to speak.
Right, yes, I'll come to him in a minute, yeah. Is there anything the council want to say about what Mrs. Miller's just said?
Madam, no, I say it's the same issue as already rehearsed. I mean, it's not, and one shouldn't get the impression that the district councils are not engaged in dialogue with the parish councils. They are engaged with dialogue with the parish councils. The only issue is whether one needs to, as it were, clog up this particular development management policy with what we see as unnecessary references to all the parties that may be consulted on planning applications.
Yeah. No, I've taken that point. Mr. Miller. You're still not unmuted. I'm afraid we still can't hear you, Mr. Miller. Right, yeah. We will do, Mr. Miller. Lady Hart, did you want to come back?
Please, I'd just like to respond to Mr. Bedford's comments about the council not wanting to clog up the policy with consulting parish councils. I think parish councils are in a different category from the other types of parties that he referred to as having to consult. It's not consulting everybody. It's very difficult for the district council to keep on top of what all the needs of a particular parish, given the other work that they've got ongoing. I don't think it's clogging up the policy to put it in suitable wording that where there's major infrastructure that parish councils are consulted, and it shouldn't create more work. Parish councils can have useful input into local policies because of their local knowledge. And I don't think we should just be disregarded as people who are going to clog up policies. That's not what we want to be doing. We just want to bring local knowledge of needs to benefit the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand what you and Mrs. Miller have said. I understand what the council have said, and I will give it consideration when I come to that point.
Thank you, Ma'am.
So I think I've got everything I need on LP 35. Unless there's anything else anyone wants to say, we'll move on to LP 30. I know Mr. Miller clearly wants to say something. Mrs. Feeney, is there any way we can help Mr. Miller at all?
It's a function of his personal computer that needs pressing, and I can't assist with that from this end. The only thing possibly I could suggest is we either try and assist Mr. Miller over the lunch break, or indeed Mr. Miller, in lieu of speaking, puts in a short note.
Yes, and if you'd be happy with either of those. He's nodding his head, so I assume he is. And we'll try, and we can come back to his point if needs be this afternoon. But on that basis, we'll move on to LP 30 now then. Which is open spaces, designated open spaces. And I would like to start by asking the council if they could explain the kind of process by which these sites have been designated as open space, because I see that they're not formal allocations in part 3 of the plan. I want to say, are they carried forward from existing plans? Are they new? Because I've got a lot of kind of comments from representors that some of the designations are in private ownership with no public access. Obviously, the Ministry of Defence are here today. They're highlighting that one of the sites is within the airfield boundary at Wattisham Airfield and is purely for MOD staff. There's others who've told me, the land is in agricultural ownership and there's again no public ownership, public access at all. So I'm trying to understand where these sites have come from, and how they've been designated and what kind of consultation has taken place with landowners about the designation.
Thank you, Adam. It's probably helpful then if I ask Mr. Hobbs to give you a general view. Obviously, I know that you will have looked at the open space study, and you will have obviously read what we said in our matters statement. But if Mr. Hobbs can perhaps just sort of outline the process. And I know that there are one or two site specifics where I think we accept that there have been some anomalies or glitches, but again, Mr. Hobbs can cover that.
Thank you. So what's effectively happened is the councils have commissioned a consultancy to undertake an audit of all the existing open space assets within the two districts. This is published in document EE10, the Open Space Assessment in May 2019, which was then published alongside the Preferred Options Joint Local Plan in July 2019, which was then consulted on for a period of 12 weeks. So in that document on page 15, that explains then how the consultants have gone about building up an accurate picture of the current open space and play provision in the two districts using an initial desktop audit. And then this was followed up by site visits, also did questionnaires to parish councils and liaison with council officers at the time to build up that that identification of 519 open spaces, which have then been carried forward into designation in the local plan that you're examining today.
So work like, because obviously we've got some kind of strange ones, say in terms of like this one at the airfield, where
yeah, I think the airfield one might have been an error on looking at the evidence. It doesn't appear in the evidence. So I think it might have been a mapping error. So we need to have a look at that in more detail, and apologies for any inconvenience on that one.
I mean, I think there's some other people here who've maybe raised issues with some of the sites. Yeah, Miss Dale, you want to come in from MOD? It's Watchesham Airfield, Mr. Miller. You're still on mute, Miss Dale.
Apologies, can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, but there's awful feedback.
Okay, so okay now.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, can do, yes.
Louise Dale
is now exiting.
And now we can't hear you.
Three sites
right.
Within Watchesham Airfield. The first one is the land adjacent to 10 Woods. That's a sports airfield within our boundaries used by our military personnel. The second, there's another two sites within military SFA, which is within our air station boundary. So it's all Crown land. So if that's an omission, an error on the council's behalf, that's good for us to hear, and that's not going to be brought forward and to be removed, then that's a positive, and we will take that removal from the evidence document and policy. Then we just have nothing further to add. We just wanted to make that point, really.
Rightio, thank you very much. Thanks. That's obviously then something that the council needs to look at. If they're saying that is an error, that obviously needs to be looked at. Is there anyone else who wants to raise any issues about sites? Oh yeah, Miss Hindle.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes, we also wonder if land at Butchers Lane, Boxford might also have been considered an error. The land is in private ownership, in agricultural use, so it doesn't fall within any of the four definitions of designated open space that's set out in the policy LP30. So we would say that it's not being considered appropriately. It's not a justified designation. We wonder if it might have been in error due to the playing fields and allotments recreation ground to the north, perhaps.
Right.
Madam, I think in relation to the Boxford example, that's one where I think we probably need to look at that in more detail, but I don't think we at the moment accept that that necessarily is an error, and that merely because land is privately owned doesn't stop it from fulfilling a recreational function. And if there has been, whether on a permissive basis or on a legal basis, if there has been public use of the land over a number of years for recreational purposes, then it may perfectly well be properly regarded as open space within the typologies used in the open space study. So I think we probably want to make sure that we've got a correct understanding of the facts on that. Obviously, if we think that there is an error, we'll correct it. But if we think that that actually properly ought to be regarded as open space, then I'm afraid we won't correct it. Obviously, subject to obviously any views that you may have. But as I say, I think it's probably better for us to take away the facts and come back when we're clearer as to the factual position in relation to that particular site.
Yeah, I mean, I think is it worth potentially just having a look at well, there's a number of sites that have been raised. I think there was one at Redgrave as well, which was raised in the and one at Gislingham as well that has been raised. So I think it may be worth just having a look at quite a few. And I know there's also Tinkler's Meadow at Stowmarket. I think they wanted it to be designated as open space and it wasn't. It may just be worth just doing a bit of a review of the sites and just coming back to me with and just checking whether there are any more errors or not.
Certainly, Madam. Perhaps if we take away as an action that we will look at the ones that have been identified in the representations and then provide you with a note which sets out, say, what we think the position is in relation to that and whether therefore any change is required.
Yes, because I mean clearly I need to know that these designations are robust Miss Hindle, did you want to come back on that because your hand's still?
Yes, if I may, thank you. Just picking up on Mr. Bedford's point about private ownership, but in the supporting text policy 30, it does clearly state what open spaces include and stating whether they are free and open to free and spontaneous use by the public or that they are of partly or wholly accessible open spaces. And if it's in private ownership and also I clarify that in the case of the site at Boxford, there has never been open to the public. The site has never been open to the public. It's in agricultural use. There are no permissive passes. Just wanted to reiterate that point that site isn't going to be available for public use. So it wouldn't be an effective designation, and the policy then wouldn't be justified or effective in its work.
Mr. Stringer.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that we were very unhappy with LP30 because it seemed to conflate 2 or 3 existing policies and get rid of them into what I can see was one sort of one size captures all, when in fact it's lost an awful lot already. We had a number of sites within the former joint local plan of 1998 in Mid Suffolk that were termed visually important open spaces. Didn't mean you could go and play football on them. It means they were important because of the views they gave you. And probably to give a Baber example, Willie Lott's cottage is wonderful because you can see it. It wouldn't be made better if you could have a game of football in front of it. It's the fact you can visually bring joy by seeing this open space. That space in itself can be beautiful is something that a lot of our parishes are now losing in this joint local plan, because they aren't places where people play. They are just places that are open, and there is no way for lots of villagers now that I represent in giving any form of protection to these spaces unless they conduct a neighbourhood plan, spending £20,000 in 2 years just to visually protect something. I mean, that seems like an awful long way round to crack what is a very small nut. We're not suggesting that lots and lots of spaces should be designated as visually important, new ones, to prevent development. Quite the reverse. But a number of villages I represent have come forward in all good faith in this joint local plan to say, here is more than enough houses for you, Mid Suffolk District Council, Baber and the government. Here is more than enough. But what we'd really like to do is also visually protect this little bit here and that little bit there. And some of those little pieces have been deemed visually important by former appeal inspectors, yet they find no protection for their visual importance under this policy. So I think that highlights the problem that we see by having a policy that deems recreation is all and everything, yet being visually attractive is not. Thank you, Mum.
Would the council want to respond on that, please?
Helps to comment on the issue as to whether the policy is intended to capture space which is of visual value as opposed to of some form of amenity value. Obviously, you'll be aware of what paragraph 16.03 already says, Madam.
Thank you. And this will also sort of touch on matter 7, which obviously is going to be heard later this week. But we considered that visually important open spaces and special landscape areas and in Baber referred to areas of visual and recreational amenity designation considered out of date and less relevant with the national guidance for landscape character assessment, which is to protect and enhance the features of the natural environment. And along with that, we've got landscape evidence, which obviously is subject to matter 7.
So you consider it's covered, though it's covered by which policy is that one? The LP
19 or
so good.
Yeah, LP 19.
LP, yeah, the landscape policy, right? Yeah. Lady Hart.
Sorry, having difficulty then for a moment. The audio wouldn't turn on. The open space assessment document EE10 does not have the appendices attached to it in the core library, so you can't see the additional maps. It just has the main body of the report, and it would be helpful if those could be added in. I couldn't find that report elsewhere on the website. Secondly, the report deals with sites that have been granted planning permission as at 31st March 2018. So it's therefore quite out of date in dealing with provisions for, say, community woodland an allotment. And for example, so I wonder whether, as part of the review that the council are undertaking, a review couldn't be done also to update that, because in the three and a half years since that was considered, there have been a lot of planning permissions granted. And as a practical example, the Chiltern Woods development, which is for 1,150 housing in Chiltern Parish, that has provision in the outline for, and that was granted in 2018, but probably after the review date. It has provision for allotments, sports fields, and community woodland and public open space, none of which appears on the policies map. And obviously, given the time period that this plan covers, it would be helpful to have an updated map for the parish which designates that area. And also, part of the open space wasn't provided under that application, which is granted in the planning permission, but 10 hectares of community woodland have not been provided. And so we also wondered what was being done to ensure that if public open space is provided for, that is actually delivered, and a developer can't avoid the obligation by means of not acquiring that land, so you just get a housing estate without any of the other provisions which were considered to be required to make it acceptable. Thank you.
Would the council want to come back on any of those points?
Thank you, Madam. I think in relation to the appendices to EE10, I think we can look at making that part of the library, if that would be of assistance. I'm not sure what the volume size is, and therefore how much, as it were, data is involved in that, but we can look at doing that. So far as the assessment being up to date or out of date, well, Madam, we consider it remains adequately up to date for the purposes of informing the open space policies of the plan. On the point about whether planning permissions, which might include within what is granted, have provision for open space, as a matter of generality, I don't think we would seek to show on the proposals map what are prospective areas of open space if planning permissions which have been granted were then implemented. The notation is intended to be a notation to show what presently exists, rather than a prospective notation of what might exist if the development in question was carried out. Obviously, with any of these processes, there is always an ongoing change with developments happening on the ground from the date of a plan's preparation to the review of a plan. But what would happen is that if an open space was physically provided, whether it's in the form of allotments or in the form of playing field or whatever, after the date of the plan, then once that's been physically provided, that would be reflected when the plan is reviewed. But we don't think it's necessary to try to capture all of those prospective changes when the plan is at its present stage. And on I think the final point, which was, I think, a point about compliance with planning permissions. Well, obviously, if planning permissions are granted subject to various conditions and subject to 106s, then it's expected that they are complied with. obviously there's a separate line of planning, which is the enforcement regime in relation to development which is undertaken without complying with its planning permission, its conditions, or its 106s. But I don't think it's the purpose of this local plan examination to be, I say, grappling with how the council discharges its enforcement functions.
Mr. Hobbs, did you want to add to what Mr. Bedford said?
Yeah, it's just to apologise about the appendices not being in the core document library, but they have been on our website for a number of years under the current evidence. There's an awful lot of documentation there, so what we'll try and do is we can create a web link to that page so that people can access it from the core doc library.
Thank you. Lady Hart, did you want to come back because your hand's still up, or is that just from... You're still on mute.
Apologies. I'd like to come back briefly on 2 points that Mr. Bedford made. The first is that I do think the plan could do with updating to say that to be 3.5 years old already, I'm not expecting the council to update every single policy permission, but where you've got a major development that is providing for several hectares of land to be public open space and planning permission has been granted, work has started, I don't see why it's so difficult to update for 3.5 years ago. So I do think it is out of date and should be updated to reflect major developments. And I don't think that's unreasonable to be done. And it wasn't an enforcement point that I was raising, but I don't think it's necessary to deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Ma'am. It was only a very quick point, just in respect of the those sites where there may or may not be an anomaly. As part of that check process by the council, it would seem to me to make sense if there's a process of liaison with the landowners in order to feed into that process. So it was as much as a suggestion as anything else for that.
Thank you. Well, the council have obviously heard that, and I'm sure that they consider that whilst they're doing it. Mr. Miller, can we hear you now?
Mr. Miller is showing as not being on mute, but obviously we have no sound from him, so I don't think we're any further forward.
Right, yeah. Right,
no. I wonder whether it might be an option if Mr. Miller has obviously things that he wants to say. Obviously, I think you've already offered him the opportunity to put them in writing, but I wonder whether if he simply dials in and doesn't partake via his computer, whether that might provide a way forward that allows him to, I say, contribute today, so that we can hear and obviously, if need be, respond to his points. But that's just an option perhaps he might like to consider.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Miller, just to make sure you're comfortable, on the Teams invite I sent out, there is a telephone link that you can use to dial in, and I can let you into the meeting then.
Right. Thank you very much. Right, thank you, Mr. Miller. Hopefully that will work. And moving on then to 8.2b. I know where we're looking at consistency with national policy. I know there's been some issues raised about the fact that part 2 of LP30 suggests that development should address existing deficits in the area, not just the needs arising from the development. And I just wondered what the council's response to that is, please.
So I think I'll ask Mr. Hobbs to explain what the council's approach has been to existing deficits.
Thank you. Yeah, at the open space assessment that we've just been referred to, called Document Library Document E10, identified that there's a number of areas across the 2 districts that have a deficit in open space provision, and therefore what this policy is seeking to do is effectively enhancing that provision in those parishes where there is a deficit, alongside what is alongside providing meeting the needs, and you know, if that's not possible to provide it on site, then yeah, there is scope for the council to make provision off-site, but yeah, that's where we're coming from on that policy, effectively.
So can I just try and clarify what you're saying? Are you saying that developments should meet the existing deficit, or should they just provide their own?
We should try and meet the existing deficit as well as providing their own, whereas the clear identified deficit that needs to be addressed.
I mean, is that consistent with the national planning framework and what it says? Because that, in terms of requiring them to meet existing deficits rather than just their own.
Well, the paragraph 96 of the National Planning Policy Framework sort of states that an access to a network of high quality open spaces and opportunities is important for health and well-being of communities, and also that the planning policy should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments, identifying deficits or surpluses for new provision.
I mean, Mrs. Travers-Healy, could I bring you in at this point? Because I know you raised issues with this. So anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think in terms of deficit, where I read it in the NPPF is that, you know, planning policies should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments, a sort of a whole-scale holistic look at open space and looking at any deficits. So I can understand where a local plan has done its evidence base and it's seen a deficit somewhere and it's planning for those more facilities to come forward. But to ask developers in an area to, you know, obviously provide open space and go above that and you know, remedy a deficit in that area, I don't think is in line with the NPPF. I can see where you would have your open space assessment, you would say that there is a deficit in the area, and when you are then looking at your open space response, you may have the standards in terms of typologies, but if there is an open space deficit in that, like, you might, you know, not provide as much of one typology over another, and that would be through communication with the parish council and a sort of bespoke response in that instance. And that's where a sort of case by case basis in terms of open space, I think, is the right approach. But for a local, you know, a developer to sort of whole scale a full deficit in terms of open space, I don't think it's in line with the NPPF.
I think, yeah, Mr. Hobbs, you want to?
Yeah, just I think we were trying to do is not sort of to duplicate here, but we're just trying to sort of target provision. So where there's an identified deficit, for example, then there can be opportunities that exist through proposals to enhance that provision. So it's not a blanket approach of it's taking observation on case by case basis, and we're talking about schemes of 1 hectare or more.
Yeah, I think I think we need to look at the wording, because I think we probably need something along the lines that development should provide open space to meet the needs it creates, having regard to what's already in the area and the open space assessment, something along that kind of lines. Would that be better?
I certainly, I think so. I think we need more clarity on the policy. I also think just a kind of general term, assess deficit, it says deficit. I think it should read along assess deficits within a parish, for example. I just feel it's quite ambiguous at the moment. And, there in the open space assessment, there's figure 20, I think. I can't remember the core document reference, but that goes through the council's decision-making process. And I think that's quite helpful. And maybe if the policy more reflected that figure, there would be more clarity.
Right, yeah. But could the council have a look at that and come back with some possible wording to me, please?
Certainly, madam.
And also, could I just clarify when within, again, in part 2, when the council, because it says when they would let developers know if they'd prefer improvements to the existing open space rather than on-site provision, and I think we need a bit of clarity over when that's going to be done, because I think it's left it's not clear when that will be addressed. So if it can look at that too, please. And then part 3, where it says that open space provision is to be provided in line with the open space standards in the assessment. I note the reasoning the council set out in the statement for why the policy doesn't include the open space standards, but you can't require something in a policy that's set out in a different document. So I think the policy should either say that proposals should provide sufficient open space, and in the supporting text say where the current standards are, or set out the standards. So a modification will be required to address this as well. Mrs. Traverse-Healy, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It was only on that point that obviously we were saying before, our approach is very much for open space. I appreciate there has to be standards, but it's a sort of case-by-case basis following consultation with that community. So for us, it would be very much that they are sort of a starting point in terms of the indicative standards, so that there could be that approach based on local need.
Thank you.
So I support you when you say put it in the sort of supporting text of the policy or something like that. That would be our preferred approach.
Is there anything else anyone wants to raise on LP 30? Mrs. Traverse-Healy, your hand's still up. Is that another point, or is it just?
No, that's me not working Teams properly. Sorry.
It's all right. No, don't worry. Just didn't want to miss if you were wanting to say anything. Right, shall we move on to I'm just looking at the time actually. It's 10 to 1, so rather than start a new policy now and only get halfway through it, I think it might be worth just breaking for lunch now. And then because we've got 3 policies to deal with this afternoon. So if we break now, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock again. Right, it's now 2 o'clock, so I'm going to resume the hearing session. And before we move on to policy LP31, I understand, Mr. Miller, that with Mrs. Feeney, you've been able to sort out some communication. So I wondered if you would like to raise the points that you were trying to raise this morning, but couldn't because of the computer problems you were having.
Thank you, madam. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
I'd like to briefly touch on LP35, if I may.
Yes.
And it does relate to the problems Lady Hart was talking about regarding consultation with parish councils. But the particular point I want to make is that although Baber Planning now calls itself Sustainable Communities, I'll give you an example of not sustainable, and this is Chiltern Woods, which is the largest development ever planned for Baber or Mid Suffolk. And quite knowingly, although, well, Chiltern Woods is actually named after the community woodland that was its centrepiece, and Baber have quite knowingly let that community woodland disappear from the plans by failing to attach the section 106 or section 106 requirement or whichever condition it was on the planning permission, by not attaching that to any particular developer, so that now no developer is responsible. And Baber at first denied knowing anything about a community woodland, but they now say, oh, well, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. They admit that there probably never will be that community woodland. So I do want to say that there are some question marks over sustainability and open space and over funding. Going on from that, I'd really like to say that it's that Baber admits it doesn't meet its own open space standards. It doesn't propose any remedy or apology, except that people can go by public footpaths to somewhere or other. And they don't, and they refer to visual amenity as their substitute. I note that they don't say views, because some of the best views around Sudbury are due to be built across. So what do their words of protecting high quality open spaces actually mean? They clearly have no intention of protecting any high quality open spaces other than the long-standing ones which already exist. This plan is hopelessly unambitious. It doesn't, it's just a set of loopholes, really, and so much so that as to render the plan unfit. As I say, there's no protection for places that aren't the long-established amenity sites and nature reserves, etc. the document is self-satisfied that the existing mapped space is acceptable and places all its reliance on these terms: flexibility, appropriate development, change of use, land swap, other options. And it says they could result in enhanced amenity, green space provision of all typologies. I just don't see that. What will this plan produce by way of benefits? Will there be any criteria produced whereby sensitive land can be identified? Not all high quality public access land is currently protected. There's plenty, though, that isn't protected but would equally merit protection, or more so, because a lot of the existing protected areas are nowhere near the town. They require a car journey, or in one or two cases, a walk of about 30 minutes, by which time it's taking half an hour just to get to the site across the town centre. Now, very little of the Sudbury and Cornard area is within 300 metres of 2 hectares of land. I've mapped it all out, and it's the result is very unsatisfactory. The Sudbury's main largest amenity area is basically a flood lagoon. It's the town's main flood lagoon, which isn't protected. It's deep. The land on the whole amenity site slopes down to this lagoon, and when the water level in the lagoon goes down, it just leaves a lot of mud. To attempt to meet the open space requirements, Baber has designated various little strips of road verge and so on, some sloping down to the road, and it designated as amenity space 2 plots on the industrial estate, on the furthest part of the industrial estate from any habitation. It's far from where anyone lives. I don't think that is the way to go. Sudbury and Cornard has got several high quality sites around it which are expected to be built on, as well as developing Chiltern Woods, to which would have been wonderful, would have been a quite acceptable development compared to the others, if only it was keeping its community woodland. And it suffers from the same defect that all these huge developments do. The green spaces are all on the furthest edge away from town. Baber cries crocodile tears if they're told that no green space is being saved closer to town. They say, well, in the past there weren't open space standards. No, there wasn't a need for open space standards because the town was surrounded by lovely fields with plenty of paths and school fields, which are now at no entry. And it's in the present era that those fields, that farmland, has been built over without any thought. And now places like Chiltern Woods and the other big developments planned around Sudbury, around the whole perimeter of Sudbury and Cornard, are paying no attention to it either. And I'm afraid that BEBA sees on mitigation and land swap as the answer to pretty much everything. In other words, well, I see your question 8.2 opens with the question, are the requirements of policy LP 30 clear? Well, yes, they are to me. They mean we're going to carry on exactly the same old way. We're not going to do anything new. These little plots within developments that are what BEBA calls open space, they are not the networks of high quality open space that the NPPF refer to. This plan isn't fit. It doesn't anticipate in any way the requirements of the Environment Bill. BEBA hasn't set out any criteria which it might use or which residents might use to say whether or not some open land should be built over. Now, I'm not going to carry on any longer because I know I've gone on a long time. I would like to say that sites of 1 hectare, an amendment I would suggest could be sites with more than 3 dwellings. I feel more than three dwellings is a commercial venture. It's not somebody building a house for themselves, and so it should be subject to the same requirements as larger sites. And I just want to I really can't accept the way that in the Sudbury area, the Sudbury and Cornard are the largest urban part in these 2 district councils. A wonderful thing called the Gainsborough Trail has been planned, but it's been forced to sit on the shelf waiting for developments to be created, and then have to fit around those developments, weaving through houses, new buildings, going out across the Chiltern Airfield, far out of Sudbury onto public highways, areas which have no connection with Gainsborough. No intrinsic value. And yet where the Gainsborough Trail runs alongside Thomas Gainsborough's Cornard Wood, that land is, we're expecting that land to be, well, that land already is being built over. So I would like to say that instead of open spaces meaning little bits in between houses, it should start with an idea of the value of open spaces. The government tells us that, yes, healthy communities, which aren't really featured in this document, healthy communities have been shown during COVID to be very important to people's mental health. We all hear this from all directions, but Labour aren't giving that a consideration. They only want to treat as a burden the requirement for developers to identify which bits of sites they're happy to leave undeveloped, purely on their initiative. And I think that shows a complete lack of ambition in this local plan. The only ambition that's ever been shown has been with Chiltern Woods, and that's now been dumped. So I've made a long speech, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Miller. I mean, obviously you raised a number of points there. I mean, quite a lot of them are to do with the Sudbury area in particular, which obviously we will consider under matter 9 in more detail. Yeah. So I don't want to go into site specifics now. But I would obviously you have raised some issues about kind of the open space, which I wonder if the council could pick up when they're looking at some of the open space allocations, as we agreed earlier. If you could just, I think there was the comments about some of them being on industrial estates. So if the council would look at those as well and just make sure you can clarify the nature of the open space. Is there anything else the council wants to pick up on from what Mr. Miller has said?
Madam, not in terms of either the comments about Chiltern Wood or comments more generally about Sudbury, because clearly, so far as Sudbury is concerned, as you said, that's matter 9. So far as Chiltern Wood, not an allocation of the plan, and its past planning history is not really a matter that this examination needs to resolve in order to assess the soundness of the plan's policies. I think so far as there was a specific point on LP30 item 2 as to whether the threshold, instead of being 1 hectare, should be reduced to more than 3 dwellings. I think we're not in favour of that. We think that would be unduly prescriptive as a lower threshold. And we will, as you say, Madam, look at the sites which are identified as open space, where people have raised issues about those, with a view to making sure that we've shown that as accurately as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I also want to just bring in Mrs. Knight, because I understand that you joined the meeting a bit late this morning, and therefore you might not be aware of how to join in the discussion. And I know you had comments about LP30, so I just wanted to ask if you wanted to, if there was something specific you wanted to raise now. So if you is there something you'd like to?
Thank you, Nan. Thanks. It may well have been covered, so apologies if it's already been spoken about. One of the issues is more specific around a designation, which I'm assuming will be covered under
that's a 9. Yeah.
So I won't worry about that. Around LP30, the reason I have great concern is because I've already dealt with the council Labour over open space and using the open space assessment. It's being used as evidence to support LP30, but at a recent meeting when they've had a sale of another piece of land in Sudbury, it's a sale of open space. So it's a good use to see, how they're going to use the open space assessment for that. I drew it to their attention, and even in that meeting, they said that the open space assessment was deficient. They cited that I was trying to explain that there was a deficit of land of 24 acres. They want to increase by an acre. They said, oh, the allocations were wrong, that the park and recreation is different and the meadows should have been included. They got very waffly and a bit confused. It's now a couple of months later in the Matter 8 notes that came back when they got questioned again. They then said that this same open space assessment was strong and robust. So I have concerns that it's either strong and robust or it isn't. If it's being used as evidence, and it really should be used as evidence because it's the only assessment they've got of the land, the council need to be comfortable in using that and applying it across the board. Another concern with LP30 generally, and I'm sure this probably was covered this morning, is that I'm just going to put it up. 1A and 1B to me are actually outside of the NPPF and go against the planning framework. Now the NPPF was updated in July 21, so the paragraphs are slightly changed, but generally you've got an A, B and C where it's stating that an assessment has been undertaken which has clearly shown the open space, buildings or land to be surplus to requirements. It's an or test, or the loss, and this kind of thing. What they've added in is something that says that they can ignore whether it's surplus to requirements, providing that, I'm just going to read the wording on the LP30 and got things everywhere. Providing that the development will support the enjoyment and functionality of the space, be sensitive to its character and function, and would not result in detrimental impacts on local community or distinctiveness. It's not an or, it doesn't say whether it's an and test or an or test here. And for me, I think that's quite confusing. If you were dealing with planning, you've got the NPPF saying you've got to use a surplus requirement test, which has to rely on surely this open space assessment. Yet they're inserting two things in here really to be able to do development on open space, and the open space assessment that's already in place. There's significant deficit across all of Baber and Mid Suffolk in terms of open space. So to try and introduce something that further encourages development and goes against the NPPF, to me, I can't understand how it can be inserted. And one of the things in the paragraph, I think it says 16.06, that's explaining the LP30. Proposals for the total or partial loss of open space must provide sufficient evidence to demonstrate that an open space is surplus to requirements. It's expected that this is supported by sufficient engagement with the local community. Well, first off, that doesn't happen until afterwards. But what I think should be inserted in there is something where it's saying that is surplus to requirements, supported by the open space or referred to the open space assessment. Because if this is key evidence in surplus requirements, there's little reference to it in either the LP30 notice itself or in the guidelines around why that had been brought in. So to me, my concern is they already know there's a huge deficit of open space across the county. Then to add in options that go against the NPPF, I'm not sure what the purpose of that was. If it's purely to try and say that they want to move the green space around, then that would be great, except there's also, as we know, and as the previous person speaking has said, we don't have extra green space. You can't just move it because it's being used for development. Quite often it has its own designation for what the space should be. So that's really my concerns, is that it's not referencing the assessment it really should, and it's actually going outside of the NPPF.
Thank you very much. Would the council like to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam. I'll bring in Mr. Hobbs in a moment. Obviously, the context is provided by paragraph 99, as it now is in the 2021 version of the framework, which sets out the tests for building on existing open space or recreational facilities. I think it's probably helpful if I ask Mr. Hobbs to explain what it is that, particularly I think criterion A of part 1 of the policy is directed towards. I think B, C, D are pretty self-explanatory by reference to the criteria in policy paragraph 99, and E is, I think, self-explanatory, but it'd probably be helpful if he could just clarify what it is that part A is directed at trying to achieve when it's talking about wanting to deal with development that would support the enjoyment and functionality of a space.
Thank you. Yeah, so what that's trying to achieve is where you might have quite a large open space that maybe doesn't have much on it, and you can have some development which would actually make the open space perhaps more well used, function better for the public, but whilst being sensitive to the character of the area, and like I said, not having any sort of detrimental impact on local amenity. So you might get development, in an open space which, like I say, actually enhances the area.
Good.
Mrs. Knight, do you want to come back on that at all?
Yeah, thank you. So the way I'm understanding it then is what 1A, are the council expecting that 99, I think is it 99 1A is going to override that surplus to requirements for any development that might come forward? Because the whole point of it was that you're supposed to look at surplus to requirements before you put any development or anything on open space. By LP30, it's almost saying, well, we might need to put development on it, and that's not saying that's a problem, but it's not referencing that if it's surplus to requirements. Is it an and or is it an or test?
Well, I think perhaps if I could just respond in the first instance, I think paragraph 99 of the MPPF has 3 different limbs, and being surplus to requirements is one limb, but it's not a requirement that applies to the other criteria. So in other words, if you fall within B or C, there may be development within an open space, even if it cannot be shown that that open space is surplus to requirements. So in other words, the national policy doesn't make it a precondition for all development within open space that it has to be demonstrated that the open space is surplus to requirements. That's just one circumstance where development may be permitted within an open space. Criterion B and C are looking at different issues, and what the council has done through its criterion A is probably it's teased out an instance of what is probably a combination of both B and C, because B is dealing with circumstances of equivalent or better provision in terms of quality or quantity, and C is dealing with effectively alternative sports and recreation provision on the current space. And what the council's done is simply said, well, looking at its area, it considers that the open spaces within its area will have some where criterion A of LP30 will be relevant and should be brought to bear. Alternatively, you may have a criterion D case under the policy, or you may have a criterion C spec case under the policy. But I think the policy works on the basis that they are a series of criteria, and it would be wrong to think that paragraph 99 of the MPPF is requiring that all proposals have to show surplus to requirements.
Am I able to respond?
Yes, Mrs. Knight. Sorry, I was
Great,
just...
Thank you. I think the thing is that not paragraph 99 is quite clear. It's quite explicit, and the reason the surplus to requirement part is there is around development. B and C are relating to re-providing the same or better provision of open space. You're not losing open space. There's no loss. There's no partial loss. It's about re-providing either recreation or open space. So the point of having A is there surplus to requirements? And so I think LP30, particularly 1A, now has confused what is actually quite clear in paragraph 99, because the surplus to requirements is around loss of space for development. That isn't going to be a loss of space for development if it's re-providing open space or if it's re-providing recreation space. I think that's where I was going with it.
I think obviously we can look at whether or not we need to make the position clearer, because obviously there is some concern that LP31A is, as it were, opening the door to what certainly Mrs. Knight would regard as untoward things. That's certainly not the intention. I think what it's trying to get at is where you've got an open space which in terms of its current utility may not be fulfilling its best potential, and it may be that development on part of that land will help it to achieve its best potential and support its enjoyment and functionality of the space. That's to say, the open space. So it may be that the way that we've expressed it doesn't make that as clear as it could be. But for example, it may be that an open space is not able to be particularly well used at present because it doesn't have, let's say, some building on it that could be used for the storage of sports equipment or the like, and it's in a sufficiently inaccessible location that it's not really practical for people to lug all their sports equipment to the facility when they want to use that space. And it may be that allowing a building which wouldn't itself be used for recreational purposes, it would purely be used for storage purposes, would be a perfectly sensible way to enable the functionality of that space to be better used. So those are the sort of things I think we're trying to address, but if we haven't expressed it as clear.
You've gone on to mute, Mr. Bedford.
I don't know. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I think I must have just knocked my mouse. Sorry. Hopefully that was only the last little bit of what I was saying.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Yes, all I was going to say is we're happy to look at that and make sure that the way that the policy works captures paragraph 99 of the NPPF and is, well, obviously consistent with it.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. I mean, I understand the points of view that are coming across, and if the council could have a look at the wording and just see whether it needs to be clarified to make it clearer, because I think yes, I understand what's being said, and I will then look at what the council's come forward with. Mrs. Knight, do you want to say something?
Thank you for that, and thanks for the time.
It's all right, no problem.
Can I come in on that?
Is that Mr. Miller? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Whilst this very civilised exchange about subsections is going on, I'm afraid as a Sudbury person, I'm quite panicking because I think if I've understood correctly, this is all in the context of Bellevue Park. Bellevue Park is right in the middle of Sudbury. It's deeply adored by Sudbury people and Sudbury children. The part of it that was the swimming pool closed at one stage, and at a later stage it was the perpetually used roller park, skateboard park. And then we were told, oh, we're redoing the drains in the town. We need somewhere to store the pipes and the asphalt. And the skate park was removed. And for years, the youth of Sudbury were seething about not having a skate park. Now Baber tell us that that part of the park is derelict land. Well, they made it derelict. And to claim for an instant that somehow by putting some housing on that absolute town centre site will somehow enhance the park or make it more used. I couldn't believe my ears, because with all due respect to the people who slave over drawing up guidelines and burn the midnight oil, all that was really being said was that whatever people say, Baber will always have an answer. And I'm afraid that isn't how it's meant to work. The local plan is not meant to be a case of Baber saying, right, we've got this NPPF, how can we wangle round it? That may be a bit extreme, me saying that, but I think you get my meaning. You know, where are the loopholes? Where are the let-outs? So that when any issue comes up, whatever answer we choose to give, we can find on the menu of our policy, our thousands of policy documents, we can find something that's our let-out. Now, I know I'm speaking in very crude terms, but in that context, I think you'll see that I'm making a general point. I'm not making a point to come up in matter 9 or matter. I'm making a point that if you can't, if you make a point under one policy, well, they'll get you on another. And you know, I'm only speaking like many, many Sudbury people when I say that this is what we find. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Mr. Miller. I mean, I take on board your points. I say I can't discuss Bellevue Park specifically today. That's
it shows a general issue. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand the kind of general points. I mean, obviously my role is to make sure that the policies are sound and are consistent with the NPPF, and that's what I'll be doing as part of this examination with my fellow inspector. So I understand what you said. I don't want to go into much more detail about it because we've discussed that now. Is there anything particularly the council want to say in response immediately? Otherwise, we'll move on to LP 31.
Madam, no, I don't think so.
Right.
Well,
thank you
perhaps I should say that without wanting to get into a wrangle with Mr. Miller, we certainly don't share his view of the council's actions and behaviours.
Yes.
Well, it's a matter of opinion.
Right. So, can we turn to policy LP 31 now? And my first question, well, one is a point, in fact, to do with the supporting text in paragraph 1610, where it refers to schools and healthcare facilities, and whether that kind of covers early year provision as well, and whether it would be better phrased as education and healthcare, which would then match in with LP 34 if it is to cover early years provision as well. I just wondered if the council could clarify that and maybe whether that is appropriate.
Yeah, Madam, we wouldn't see, I think, any problem with expanding the word school to education to make it clear that it would include or potentially could include early years provision. I think that would be perfectly acceptable and probably makes it clearer.
So that would be helpful. I think that would just remove that ambiguity, if you could do that then. No, it's been suggested that the uses that form the new Class E shouldn't be included as community uses, but that it should just use the new Class F2. I wondered what the council's view were on that.
I think in broad terms, we don't consider that there's a necessary overlap between the land use policy, which obviously only applies to things which do need planning permission, and the use classes order and its categories of things which, depending obviously on which use class you're talking about, you can change between them without a need for planning permission. So I don't think that we would say that paragraph 1610, which gives an illustration of what's covered by LP31, has to be a mirror image of particular classes in the use classes order. So I think that's what we would say in the first instance. And for example, there might be shops within a village which, on a strict application of the use classes order, fall outside of class F2, either because their floor space is a little bit above the 280 square meters, or because the range of products that they sell goes beyond what you might call essential goods. But nonetheless, that shop may well be an important community facility, and therefore something that we think should be addressed by LP31. So I think that's sort of in broad terms how we would see it. We see the use classes order and LP31 doing different jobs, and therefore we don't see that there needs to be a particular, as it were, mirror image between the two.
Thank you. Mrs. Traverse-Healy, is there anything you want to say? Because I know that was an issue that Pigeon had raised specifically.
Yeah, I just think it adds a layer of policy that is unnecessary to say. I mean, that in 1610, there's quite a lot of different uses listed out there, including restaurants that are under F2. And I think, as far as I'm aware, and I just think that's an unnecessary burden on say those uses if they had to comply with that test, especially given the kind of situation we're now in and town centres and how they're coping at the moment. I think this policy is unnecessary, and I understand Mr. Bedford is saying that 1610 is an illustration, but obviously it's supporting preamble. So when you're a decision maker, you'll be looking at paragraph 1610 as sort of material consideration, if you were, to policy LP31. So I think it's important that paragraph is accurate.
Well, with respect, that wasn't what I was saying at all. What I was saying is that there was no necessary reason why a land use policy in a development plan had to be a mirror image of the use classes order, because they do different jobs. Things that fall within the scope of the use classes order will not need planning permission, and therefore there'll be nothing for LP31 to bite on. But if you've got a development proposal which can't take advantage of the freedoms of the use classes order, and therefore you need to make a planning application for whatever it is that you are proposing to do, then there is absolutely no reason in terms of policy why the development management policy cannot then be framed to capture things which do need planning permission, and by definition use classes order matters will not need planning permission. So I say the point is that LP31 is a development management policy in a development plan. It applies to things which need planning permission. The use classes order tells you about things which are not development and therefore don't need planning permission.
I think the point I'm at is that shouldn't if you're talking about a policy regarding services and facilities, community service, the description of Part A is proposals for new community services and facilities. I would have thought that should be in line with what is the description in terms of the use class order.
Well, we beg to disagree for the reasons that I've just explained.
Yeah, obviously there's a disagreement there, so I mean that's something for me to look at. I've heard both points of view, so I will have a look on that. I know the council have suggested a modification that adds theatres to the list of facilities. I've got no problem with that.
Madam, you will note that theatres, as indeed cinemas, are sui generis in the use classes order, which possibly reinforces the point I was making, that there isn't intended to be as it were, a duplication between them.
Yeah. And I just wondered too if the council could explain the 6-month marketing period. How was that decided upon? What was the framework for deciding that 6 months was the appropriate figure?
I think I'll turn to Mr. Hobbs. I think we had something along these lines last week by reference to the feedback from consultation in relation to an earlier policy, but I'll just ask Mr. Hobbs if there's anything specific further to add in relation to its operation with this policy.
Thank you. That's correct. Yeah, we feel 6 months is appropriate. It's consistent with the approach that we were talking about last week, and it's where it involves the full loss of a community facility, for example, a public house.
So I think last week it was said that was the basis of the consultation responses that you'd received, that that was on balance considered to be is that the same here, that it was that was how 6 months was determined to be the appropriate.
Yeah, indeed, and I think as I've just alluded to, I think public houses in particular are areas where we see this type of policy coming in.
Yeah, thank you. And how do you anticipate it would be demonstrated whether a facility is valued by the community, which I think is part 3. So how does the council consider that would be demonstrated?
Often it's through community responses. Sometimes areas seek to list assets of community value. Equally, it could be in response to any proposal being put forward.
But I mean, so it's not required to be an asset of community value, particularly, is it, or is it? I mean, no, how big a response from the community would be expected? I mean, like, how to know it's valued. I mean, that's quite a kind of woolly phrase, isn't it? Or could easily become, if you only have a couple of responses, or do you need? How is it going to be determined? That's what
I think that's where, again, planning judgment would need to be applied, and also context. Like, for example, is it the last pub in a village or not?
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Apologies, that's just Mr. Miller leaving this phone call.
Right, thank you. Mr. Powell, did you want to come in?
Yes, I was just thinking that this is one of those typical cases where we feel that parish councils aren't consulted enough, and I would have thought the ideal people for the planners to consult in relation to whether a building or something is of community value would be the parish council.
Thank you. I think that's all I wanted to raise on LP 31. Is there anything else any other participants want to raise in terms of LP 31? No, we'll move on to LP 32 then. And I notice that the council have suggested a couple of modifications to this, which are minor tweaks to the wording for clarity. I've not particularly got any comments on those, although others may have in due course, but there are a number of questions I want to raise. Particularly in terms of part 5, I wondered how developers would know when it would be necessary for development to provide this home to school transport contributions.
Some guidance is provided in paragraph 16.13 of the plan, which refers to DFE guidance, and I no doubt there would also be liaison with the local education authority as to what may or may not be expected by way of transport of the pupils from the development to the relevant educational facilities. I don't know if Mr. Hobbs got anything further he wants to add on that.
No, nothing further to add, but maybe Mr. Clow might be able to provide some more information.
Yes, and I noticed Mr. Clow wants to come in.
Thank you. Yes, as Mr. Bedford has said, there is the reference to that Department of Education guidance, which does set out when it may be appropriate to have home to school transport. Just to add, as a county, from the county council's point of view, it's not something we would usually seek as a matter of course, because we want development obviously to be within walking or cycling distance of schools in order to enable the most sustainable transport patterns possible. Where we might ask for home to school transport is in the case where there may be some temporary issue related to school capacity, which means that for perhaps a certain number of years into the lifetime of the development, there may need to be some transport. But generally speaking, it's something that we don't want to do, but recognise we may have to in some instances. I may just ask my colleague Pete Mumford if there's anything else that he may want to add on home to school transport as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. No, nothing further to add on that. As you've already pointed out, it is something we would ask for only in certain circumstances where that home to school transport was necessary in the early parts of a development where the education provision to mitigate the development wasn't ready because it was being constructed or what have you. But apart from that, we wouldn't seek to get that normal.
Thank you. That helps my understanding of that. Now, whilst we're with the County Council, I think you've suggested that Part 1A should be deleted. I just wondered if you could explain why you think that.
Not deleted. Perhaps we it's a sort of an issue with the kind of the logic of the policy. So the first point is that it requires that development will require a travel plan, and then it says below that will require a transport assessment or statement. What we're proposing is that the requirement for an assessment or a statement goes first, because the transport assessment or statement should then inform the measures within the travel plan. So it's more a kind of correcting kind of the logic of the policy to make sure that developers are going through the correct steps in the correct order. We've also proposed an amendment for transport assessments and statements to ensure that they are including areas that may be relevant to the application but may not be within the local planning authority's boundaries, to address cross-boundary issues such as with the Ipswich transport mitigation strategy, or indeed what I believe the representative from East Bergholt Council was saying, that sometimes there may be cross-county boundaries. So those are the amendments we're proposing, but we're not proposing deleting 1A, just shifting it around for the sake of logic, really.
And have I got the revised wording for that, or suggested?
I believe it's in our Matter 8 statement.
Yeah. Has the council got any views on that, the wording that the County Council have provided for that?
Oops, I think, Madam, we recognise that there is certainly sense in looking again at LP 32 to make sure that it does properly capture the relevant highways matters, and whilst we can certainly see the point about reordering A and B to put them into a better structure, we think it might need to go slightly wider than the County Council's wording, because although the heading of the policy includes reference to safe as well as sustainable and active transport, safety isn't then itself particularly picked up as a criterion within the policy. Obviously, one would expect that would be addressed by a transport statement or a transport assessment. And likewise, issues as to what you do when you've got the transport assessment or the transport statement in terms of measures, whether they are capacity measures, whether they are safety measures, etc. So I think what we would think is probably sensible is that we take away effectively the points that the County Council has raised, and obviously any other points, and look to make sure that LP 32 properly addresses all of the relevant transport issues. I say, because we've also noticed that when you look at some of the detailed policies, there are some, particularly the ones that relate to employment, which do in their detailed criteria require safe access, for example, to be provided, and that there are no adverse impacts on the highway network. There are other policies for particular types of development which don't do that. So I think we recognise that there is a need to bring those different threads together, and in looking at that, we could also make sure that we take into account that point about cross-boundary, as it were, transport implications, because clearly impacts don't stop at a administrative boundary. So I think we need to just look at that and make sure that all works a little bit better.
Right, thank you. So if you come back with some revised wording to me on that, that'd be appreciated. And I know I'd like to raise part 2 as well, where it says that all developments are to maximise the uptake in sustainable and active transport. And I know this is something that Pigeon have raised. I think I'm right in that. So I don't know whether Mrs. Travers-Healy wants to say anything on it, but I think their views was that developers can't maximise the uptake of sustainable transport. They can provide opportunities, but they can't make people do it. I think is that right, Mrs. Travers-Healy?
You summed it up well, Mum. Yeah, I'm not going to reiterate. I think it's in our hearing statements, but yeah, we support the approach of policy LP 32, and don't have many things to say about it in principle, but it was just that sort of considering that phraseology. Whilst we could we can make appropriate provision to facilitate the use of sustainable transport, we cannot control how the transport modes are subsequently used. That's sort of outside of our remit, and so we were just suggesting kind of minor policy change wording to the policy, and it's in our hearing statement. If you want to go there, but it's about sort of all developments are expected to actively encourage and promote future occupants' opportunities to use sustainable and active transport. So yeah, I would point the council to those hearing statements if they want to see that wording.
Mr. Clow.
Yes, I think we disagree with that amendment and would say that maximise is the right term to use in the policy, because of the evidence that the transport modelling shows of potential severe impacts unless we have mode shift. I think that it's clear that we mean maximise within the capabilities of what the planning system can achieve, and there are various ways that the planning system can do that through good design and provision of infrastructure, but they can also help with the softer measures of encouraging and supporting through travel plans as well. So we think because of the particular transport situations of the ESPA area, that maximise is the right term to use in this instance.
Thank you. Is there anything the council want to say as well?
I think only that if you look at paragraph 104 and 105 of the MPPF, they are concerned, in a sense, not merely with the provision of opportunities, but they are also looking at outcomes, so that if you look at 104 item B, what it's expecting is that opportunities from existing or proposed transport infrastructure and changing transport technology and usage are realised. And then in 104 item C, that opportunities to promote walking, cycling, public transport use are identified and pursued. And then in 105, whilst it recognises in the last sentence that opportunities to maximise sustainable transport solutions will vary between urban and rural areas, and that should be taken into account, it's not saying, as it were, that the policy aim is delivered simply by providing opportunities. What it's looking to achieve is the maximum use of opportunities which can realistically be achieved. And I say in a local context, for the reason Mr. Clowes just identified, that's particularly important. So whilst we'll look at making sure that the policy works, and we will take into account the issues that have been raised in the representations, certainly what we would be anxious to avoid is any watering down of the clear thrust of the policy, so that it is not achieving, say, the maximum that can be achieved realistically to deliver on sustainable transport usage.
Thank you. Mrs. Travers-Healy, is there anything you want to come back on following those?
No, not really. I take into account what people are saying. I think I'm just looking at the practicality of the policy and not impeding development from coming forward. Of course, I want to maximise opportunities, but I'm looking at how that wording could be interpreted. And, you know, what we wouldn't want to do is impede development from coming forward from a policy that could be, you know, misinterpreted in that way. So that was all I was getting at.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a matter for me to look at as well, as I consider what I've heard. I don't think there's anything else on LP 32 I want to raise. So is there anything anyone else wants to raise at this point before we move on? No, then we'll move to LP 34 then, which is the health and education provision. So now I think the county council, you have suggested, I think it's maybe I was getting confused, that this part one of this one, it's not necessary for education facilities due to because you have to go through a legal process anyway to ascertain if disposal of school sites would be appropriate. I wondered if you could, do you want to explain that, why you're suggesting that? I don't know whether that's you, Mr. Clow, or Mr. Mumford.
I'm happy to go into that. It's just we just see it as a sort of unnecessary layer. As I've said in my statement, there's already a robust legal process by which we've got to show the Secretary of State that any educational facility that we may want to dispose of is surplus to requirement, and that also goes for playing fields as well. So we just don't necessarily see the requirement in the local plan here as necessary in addition to that.
I mean, what's the council's view? I mean, do you consider that there may be, whilst there may be separate legislation, could there be circumstances when, for planning reasons, it shouldn't be allowed, or not? So just, what are your views on that?
I think in principle we would take the view that whilst there is a separate regime, because that regime is not focused on land use planning considerations and is obviously a matter for the Department for Education, it isn't a case of duplication. It's a case of a different control for a different purpose. Whilst obviously, if the educational regime has produced a particular outcome, because there is that further consent requirement, that would be a material consideration. There may be circumstances where the two systems diverge in their views about what the future of a particular piece of land should be. And since the town and country planning regime is intended to capture not only, as it were, educational use, but also a wider range of issues, we think that this is an appropriate area of subject matter for the policy. And therefore we would wish it to be maintained. Having said that, obviously, the councils would take notice of whatever views were expressed through the educational process, and clearly that would be itself an important factor.
Mr. Hobbs, you want to come in?
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, I think this is also just in reaction to where in the past we've had sites like this being disposed of, only to find out, a short while later that they're actually needed again. So what we're just trying to do here is effectively protect those sites for those established uses. unless the criteria that follows is satisfied.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm afraid I'm a little bit behind you in when you said, can we move on? I thought you were moving on from 3A, B and C. I wanted to make a point on 32, 3I. When you said move on, I didn't think you were moving on from LP 32.
Right.
Have I missed the opportunity to make my point?
No, I can't. But can I come back to you?
Of course.
Just when we, I'll note that you want to raise that, and we will come back to it. We'll just finish what we're doing on LP 34 then. Mr. Clow, is there anything you want to say following on from what the council have said, or do you just want to leave it for me to consider?
I'm happy to leave it for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the council you have suggested, I think, a main modification for part 2, which I think is heading in the right direction, but it may need some further changes. And the main question I've got is, would this apply to all schools, even if there was no plans for expansion? And how long would it be? How long would it be for this landlocking?
Probably ask Mr. Hobbs to comment on what the practical implication is intended in terms of that aspect of the policy.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's intended where schools don't have very much area to expand. So regardless of whether they want to expand now or not, as we go through different plan cycles, there might maybe a need, or later on in the plan period, for a school to expand. But that said, we have we're only talking about windfall development here as well, because the plan's already identified enough sites to meet the planned growth. But yeah, what we wouldn't want to encourage is the development comes forward next to, it could be a school, it could be a health facility, which then curtails the ability to expand in the future.
Mr. Crow, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with what Mr. Hobbs there said, and this has kind of arisen from experience that the county council has had, where development has completely enclosed around schools, leaving us no room to grow in the future if further development comes forward, which then means if you need to meet the educational need for new development in that area, you need quite a significant quantum to then provide a new school. I did note that in some of the representations there is a concern of land being held indefinitely, which was not our intention when we worked on this policy with the district councils. It's to ensure that there is a check on what's coming forward in the future, to see if the ability to meet education needs in a given area might be impeded by a particular proposal.
Thank you. Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you, Ma'am. Mrs. Taylor, representing Ipswich and East CCG. I just want to support what's been said, really, because from a health facility, we have similar concerns where sometimes we could be in a position where we're landlocked. We're not able to build a new health facility, but could potentially extend an existing health facility if we weren't in a position of being landlocked. So just in a position of support.
Thank you. Is there anything anyone else wants to raise in terms of that part of the policy? Oh yeah, Miss Hay.
Thank you, Mum. Just a quick point, just to say that Mr. Clow's comment is welcomed insofar as stating that education or sites for safeguarding will not be safeguarded indefinitely, and that there will be a period of review. Really, our concern was that adopting such an approach would lead to prime developable land being restricted from development. Obviously, development sites that are near to schools are considered as sustainable, especially if that land then is remaining as sort of undeveloped. So the fact that they're not going to be safeguarded indefinitely is certainly welcomed from our point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I had any other questions on LP 34. Is there anything else anyone wants to raise on LP 34? No, then perhaps I'll come back to Mr. Stringer. And you wanted to raise something about LP 32.
I did. Thank you, Mum. Two points, and sorry, I must keep up with you. We were mentioning school transport earlier, and developers knowing whether it would be a difficulty or not. The county council does have an online tool where if you put a postcode into it, it will immediately tell you whether that site would qualify for free school transport or not. So if you are outside of that free school transport area, you would very quickly know that you're in an area where it would likely to be unsustainable, and and the county council would be seeking payment to fulfil that task of primary and secondary as well. Anyway, on to my major point. I made it earlier, so I won't re-rehearse it. Item 3I, the electric vehicle charging points in line with current parking guidance. The current parking guidance doesn't have any guidance for private parking spaces. Given that EV vehicle sales, as we sit here now this year, is running at 13% of all vehicles being sold today, will need a charging outlet. If there's on average 1.8 cars per house, that's nearly a quarter of homes would need one today. Now, the parking guidance could have been updated and has been updated over the years, but it is at the moment, woefully behind. So if we want to not only cope with the amount of vehicle sales that are happening now, let alone projecting when a house is going to be built, and bearing in mind transitions in transport, mobile phones, televisions, happens on what's known as an S-curve, not an exponential rise. Rises tend to be very rapid. So that's 6% the year before of EV sales, 13% already this year. Next year, on an S-curve, you'll be looking at 25%, which means if a house was being occupied this time next year, it could quite well need every other home to have an electric vehicle charging point on current economic trends. And I would ask, how does the current policy allow us to keep pace? Unless we get a crystal ball out now and says all houses should have one. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Does the council want to respond to that?
I think perhaps if I start and then Mr. Hobbs wants to add further comments. First of all, we think clearly we're sympathetic to, as it were, the thrust of Councillor Stringer's point, but there is also then a need to make sure that there is an informed basis for any policy requirement. As matters stand, the reference is made to the current car parking guidance, which is issued by the County Council. That does include guidance on the provision of electric vehicle charging, albeit that it may be that it's not as comprehensive as Mr. Stringer would like it to be. But if you then move away from that, then obviously the council, i.e. this council, would have to generate its own standard for the things that aren't covered by the county council standard. And it would only be appropriate to do that on a informed basis. And I think at the moment, we think that we haven't got a sufficient, as it were, evidence base that would allow us to formulate a policy that was wider than the one that the county council uses. And although I think Councillor Stringer referred to, well, all houses should have a charging point, you then get to questions about, well, clearly, what do you do about flatted development? Do you exclude that entirely from such a standard, or do you have to have a standard for flatted developments? And if so, what should the ratio be in terms of the number of spaces? If you have housing, obviously there's a difference between housing which in either urban design or for other reasons has on-site off-street parking provision, and housing which doesn't have off-street parking provision, and so on. And I say it's not that we're, as it were, in opposition to the thrust. It's really just a question of, do we really have at the moment sufficient information to produce a standard which would not in itself be the subject of criticism as being inadequately informed. So I think that's where we are at the moment, but no doubt Mr. Hobbs can add further to that.
Thank you. The only point I wanted to make was the reference to Suffolk parking guidance was in fact of the recognising that document is updated fairly regularly, albeit it's 2.5 years since it was last updated. But that would, we feel, would be the place where you'd respond to, as Mr. Stringer alludes to, the S curve where technology rapidly changes ahead of where a plan could change. So yeah, that's perhaps something we can look at further with the county council in terms of and all authorities across Suffolk about updating the parking guidance again.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps you could clarify for me if that is proposed to be done in the near future or can be looked at. Mr. Stringer, you want to come back?
Yeah, yes, please. I understand the response, but EV sales when the car parking guidance was last reviewed was less than 0.6 of 1%. And equally, developers have been asking here, quite rightly so, that they want to have certainty before they invest, before they start planning. To plan parking arrangements, if you're going to introduce electric charging points, you need to plan them and plan them well so that they don't become a hazard or whatever. So, and yes, it's perfectly easy to have electric vehicle charging in and around flats, in car parks, stuff. That's perfectly, and a lot of people who live in flats actually don't have cars. So it's perfectly able to be done. It's done elsewhere. But we must not forget that within the lifetime of this plan, you won't be able to buy a fossil fuel vehicle car. And as the technology exists as we sit here now, the only other option would be to have an electric vehicle. So are we honestly saying we're embarking on this joint local plan without a plan for how we're going to also aid the transition to zero emissions? We've got lots of plans about how we can make buildings do that in terms of orientation, but this does seem to be relying on a strategy that we haven't got yet. To solve a problem we know we have already, that's only going to get a bigger problem if we don't have that strategy right now. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Anything the council would like to say in response?
I think there's nothing really that we can add to, I say, the sentiment we share. It's really just the mechanics of having a standard written into this plan, which at the moment one could be robustly satisfied was properly informed by an adequate evidence base.
Mr. Clown?
Nothing further to add, but I think you alluded to possibly us going away and checking if there is an update to the parking guidance due. I can't really speak to that at the moment, but I can go and check with my colleagues to see if that is planned.
Thank you. Right, well, I think that's everything I need to discuss on matter 8. So unless there's anything else that anyone wants to raise now, I think that's everything for today. So I'd like to thank you all for your contributions, and I may see some of you again on Wednesday.